Silver, it doesn't really matter who you are. I still don't understand everything properly, but I know you are still the same person you've always been, Quinn said. At this point, everyone had basically accepted Silver, but Michael suddenly stepped forward. Traitors, all of you, siding with the enemy, he spoke. Michael, this is Silver, the Silver you know, Aaron said. And so what? I have sworn to myself that I'll rise to become like the heroes and destroy the demons and all races attached to them. Yet now you expect me to accept one like that? If I had known his true nature, I would have killed him long ago. There was only one reason I approached you, Silver. I felt that with you, I could rise high enough to battle the demon kings and fulfill my dreams, Michael said and walked towards Silver. Michael, I am the same person. Race and status don't change who I am. You have to see me for who I am, not based on what you've been told, Silver said. Told? I wasn't told anything. When I was only 8, my brother was attacked by beast men. He hid me in the bushes before they came. They tore him limb from limb right before my eyes. His blood spilled before me, his shouts reaching my ears. I was frozen in fear, unable to do anything. I watched him get mutilated by those evil creatures. Michael yelled. And so what? Silver snapped. Do you know how many beast men are killed daily? How many fairies, spirits, magical beasts, and other races? Do you know the brutality that humans have put them through? No race is inherently good. You just happen to see the bad side of one. Do you think your sad story justifies hate against a whole group of races? Are you dumb? Do you think the world revolves around humanity? Do you feel I am less of a human because I have dragon blood in my veins? You carry a hypocritical stance and stand against me, Silver said. From the very beginning, he knew there was something off with Michael. He could never really see a real connection, and now the truth had shown itself. Michael gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't want to admit that what Silver said made sense, so he decided to block out Silver's words and do what he wanted. He took out a sword and pointed it at Silver. I'll cut you down right here and now. Michael, stop this. You can't even scratch Silver, and you know this. Aaron tried to persuade him. Silver, don't fight. Your mother is here, Silver's dad said. Silver turned his head to look at his father. Dad, everyone must grow. There are decisions I have to make as a man, and I can't back down from this duel, Silver said, then looked at Lily. Lily, create a space around me and Michael. No one is allowed to interfere with our fight, he said. She nodded and did just that, giving them enough space and pushing the rest out. Michael, with the stance you've taken, there may be no coming back from it. If you attack me with that sword, I will not hold back against you, Silver warned. Go and fuck yourself, demon scum, Michael cursed. Why are you so dumb? Just let go of your hate and anger. I had nothing to do with what happened to your brother, Silver yelled. The yelling seemed to piss Michael off even more, and he charged at Silver. Silver did exactly what he said he would do. He didn't hold back. He pulled out the abyssal blade and charged at Michael. All Michael saw was Silver disappear from his position and reappear behind him. Silver's base speed was already faster than Michael's eyes could follow. Silver slammed the broadside of his sword on Michael's back. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. Michael shot through the air and slammed into the wall of the dome. Michael fell to the ground, unmoving. The scene shocked everyone watching. Silver's parents wanted to stop him, but they understood that there were things that had to be done. Michael was the one who raised his blade. Heal him, Silver said, and Lily healed him. Michael got back on his feet after being healed. Why didn't you kill me? He asked. Kill you? No, I can't kill a friend. I'll beat common sense into that dense head of yours until you give up, Silver said. Don't mock me, Silver. Michael charged again. I'm beginning to think you are too stupid, Silver said before kicking Michael across the face, sending him flying again. The back and forth process kept happening. Michael would get hit, then come back again, and Silver would smack him down repeatedly. Finally, Michael couldn't take it anymore and gave up, but he refused to forgive or accept Silver. So, a portal was made for him to leave after Silver was begged to let him go. Michael, it may have been short, but I appreciate the friendship we had, Silver said to the departing Michael. You've made a mistake allowing me to leave here alive, Silver. I will inform the kingdom about you, and they will come for you. I'll make sure you die, Michael said. Ha ha, Michael, you have no depth. Do you think you'll be special by doing all this? Do you believe you'll get some reward? I give your kingdom 24 hours to attack her. That's the only time you'll be able to catch me off guard, because I'll be making plans after that. If you don't kill me in the next 24 hours, you will never get that chance again. Your time is ticking, Silver said, and Michael walked through the portal. Immediately after Michael appeared in the forest, he wanted to start running to the kingdom, but he saw Silver standing before him with a sword. Michael didn't know how to react, but before he could even react, his head was already flying in the air. The clone caught the head and burned it with abyssal flames. He did the same to the body, then vanished from there. With the issue of Michael dealt with, Silver could proceed with his plans. He took his seat on the throne and spoke to them all. The kingdom will be enemies with me at first, and so that would mean you all will have to choose one side, either for me or against me. But I'll let you know this, the kingdom will never be able to defeat us, not even in their wildest dreams, so the best choice is for all of you to join me. I have decided that the day we will announce our rise will be on the day of the elite competition, so we will return to the academy for a bit, Silver said. He got up from his throne and walked down. Family and friends alike, if you have someone you hold dear and want them safe, bring them here immediately after the announcement on that day. I will win the entire competition, and that will give me enough attention and fame to make my move. Let's take over this whole place, Silver said. After the main discussion, everyone was accommodated, and food was made available without limit. Rooms were prepared as they would be staying here for a bit. Silver went to look for Sage and his mom. The Duke had died, and he had some things to discuss with them. When he found both of them, he took them to a separate lounge, and they began talking. Mom, Sage, after what I am about to do, you can no longer be the nobles of the kingdom you used to be. You were supposed to receive the family name since Terra died. Now you may not be able to get that name, and you may be labeled an enemy to humanity if we aren't careful, Silver said. You're worried about that, bro? I, for one, will follow you because you are the perfect leader, and I want to get stronger, Sage said. My kids are the most important thing to me now. If both of you are staying here, then I don't need the status or nobility. After all, when you establish your country, I will be hailed as the mother of the king, his mother said with a smile. Phew, thank God. Then, Mom, I'd like you to meet with Drake and start drafting out our current wealth and resources. You have good knowledge of running things since you were noble, so I'd like you to help with that, Silver said. I will do my best to help you, son, she said with an even brighter smile. What about me? What will I be doing? Sage asked. Well, we will be returning to the academy soon, but I want you and the others to start talking about saving every beastman, fairy, elf, and other races that have been sold to the kingdom. They deserve their freedom and a place they can call their home, and this will be the place, so we will gather them, Silver said. That's quite a large venture. We need to know where all of them are to be able to save them all, Sage said. Yes, indeed. That's why I have 2 A-ranked adventurers who have been gathering information. I have also created a very large mercenary group that has been working while secretly collecting the information that we need. When we are ready, we will do what we need to do. Oh, and there is also an organization called the Dark Blades. I'm sure you may have heard about them. They have a lot of networks to buy slaves and have been keeping slaves for a very long time to use for their experiments. I have gained information about all their brokers and business partners, the locations used to hide each and every slave they have bought, and much more that will prove to be useful, Silver explained. It seems you have thought about most of it. We can easily finalize the last details and have everything done. But for this, we will need a massive force throughout the kingdom to accomplish what we need to do, Sage pointed out. Indeed, and that's why the hobgoblins, orcs of the labyrinth, and other races have been gathered and are getting trained. They have been getting stronger and better, and they will be ready for the task, Silver explained. I see. Then there is nothing much to talk about. We should round up and head to the academy, Sage said. Yes, I just need to finish some things, Silver said and left the room. He found Drake, Lily, Jade, and Elsa, and then they followed him. The number of beasts created by the labyrinth has always been the same, right?" Silver asked. "Yes, Father, the number doesn't change too much, it is always around the same amount," Elsa said. "Yes, but you have all noticed that the labyrinth keeps making races like goblins and orcs, but we can't keep treating them as monsters. They are our brothers now. The kingdom we will establish is going to be a home to them. And so, because of that, the beasts that currently roam the labyrinth will be the last of their kind to be made by the labyrinth again," Silver said. "Master, does that mean you plan to stop the labyrinth from making monsters?" Drake asked. "No, that's not it," Silver said, and took out the heart from his inventory. This was the heart that was used to make abominations. "This heart is capable of turning a place's living things into abominations," Silver said. "I see, so you plan to infuse the heart into the core of the labyrinth, and that will make future spawns into abominations that even we can kill to get stronger," Lily analyzed. "Exactly, Lily. Every current labyrinth dweller is now part of our new home, but as for the new spawns, they will be abominations that will keep the labyrinth running," Silver said. They finally got to a very large metal door, engraved with the drawing of a dragon. Silver pushed the door, and after a small creaking sound, it budged and opened. The door opened to reveal a massive floating orb. It was bright white and the size of a small house. Silver was led toward the orb but didn't get too close. "The core of the labyrinth. We will infuse it with the heart, and for that, I need you all to use your mana to suppress the mana of the cow for a second," Silver said. "The labyrinth works on this core. If we are to stop its mana, wouldn't that cause issues?" Jade asked. "It will, but only for a second. All we need is 1 second before the disconnect reaches all the labyrinth. The core will have been set back in place," Silver replied. They all agreed and took their positions around the core, ready to go. The reason Silver had to do this was because the core's mana would reject the heart. The heart needed to be inside the core, and the mana would be allowed to flow again. Then it would assimilate the heart, and the heart would do what it does best. The labyrinth was generally a living thing, and so it could also turn into an abomination. That was exactly what Silver was going for with this stunt right now. "All right, on the count of 3, all of you suppress it." 1, 2, 3. When Silver called 3, they all immediately did as he said. Their mana collided with that of the core and immediately suppressed the flow. Silver instantly used Flash Step. He placed his fist against the core, and the heart dissolved right into the core like it was made of butter. Immediately after he pushed it in, they all retracted their mana, allowing the original mana to flow. It came in contact with the heart, which immediately began changing it. The body of the core changed color, turning deeper and darker shades of purple, with several black pulses. It gave off a new and more powerful mana form, and Silver could sense the mana of an abomination, meaning his plan had worked. "Seems it is a success. I'll come and check the next set of monsters that are spawned," Silver said. With that out of the way, he made sure to settle certain things in the labyrinth, briefing everyone on their roles to play. He also needed to have a one-on-one talk with Faye in secret. She was the only one not present, and that was for a reason. She had much to lose in this. Her brother was in the academy, and her father was now a viscount. He wasn't sure how she would take it if he suddenly told her the whole truth. There was a high chance she would have to side with the kingdom and be against him. If that came to be, he would hate himself. But whatever must be done must be done. A private talk would allow them to speak without any pressure or interruptions, and he would be the only one to know her response. This way, she wouldn't need to worry about someone harming her for what she would say. The day of the school duel competition kicked off, with several fights scheduled for the first day. Among the first fights of the day, Leah was paired against someone from Class A. Her opponent was also an ice user, so this was about to be interesting. Silver and the rest arrived at the arena and took their seats. The only person missing was Michael, but no one really paid it any mind. Soon the duel time arrived, and both students walked to the center of the arena. Leah's opponent used a wand with a blue crystal at the top. She had dark brown hair and eyes and was a bit taller than Leah, with a well-endowed chest and back. It wasn't that Leah was lacking, as she was steadily developing as well, but this girl had already reached a level some adults never attain. Even with just her breathing, her chest heaved up and down, drawing the eyes of most of the boys. "You think because you grew up with Silver you can just cling to him always?" The girl suddenly asked Leah. Huh? What do you mean? Leah asked, confused. I'll make Silver see me today by defeating you. I've had my eyes on him for so long, waiting and praying for the opportunity to catch his attention. So when I heard I was paired against you, it had to be a heavenly sign that this was my opportunity. This is the time I'm supposed to take you down and take Silver's attention. I will show you that my ice is not inferior to yours in the slightest, and you being in S-class was a fluke. I should be the one there with Silver. The girl said. I don't think my Silver has a thing for delusional girls. You might as well give up now, Leah replied. I'll kill you. The girl gritted her teeth and charged at Leah, flicking her wand and firing about 10 ice lances at once. 10 at once, pretty impressive, Aaron commented. Indeed, but that is far from enough to stand against Leah. She is her own monster, Leah added. And indeed, Leah was her own kind of monster. She stomped her foot on the ground, and a large ice wall rose to block the attack. After blocking the attack, the ice wall shattered and reassembled into over 100 ice blades, all pointed at her opponent. The girl looked at the ice blades and was filled with more hate, because in her eyes, Leah was only showing off to draw Silver's attention. I won't let you have your way, the girl yelled. Leah launched all the blades at the same time. The girl tried to cast a spell to block the attack, but she was too slow. At the last moment, a teacher who was acting as the referee dashed into the arena using wind magic and deflected the most dangerous blades while pushing the girl out of the way. The attack was so powerful that the teacher was not able to stop it all. Lisa's opponent got up from the floor, realizing that the referee had stepped in, and that meant she had lost. She snapped. Why did you stop me? I could have handled it, she yelled at the referee. I'm sorry, but there was no way you could have dealt with that attack. I'm trained, and I could see that you would not have survived it, the ref said to her. The girl began fuming, but there was nothing she could do now. She bowed her head in anger and left the arena. Leah also left the arena, and the next duel was ready to get underway. But after her duel, Silver had no interest in the others, so he decided to leave and deal with something. He told the others he was leaving, and then he exited the arena. Once he was in the hallway, he vanished into a portal. He walked into the room of the man from Dark's Blade. He had let the man live by gathering information for him all this time. When the man saw Silver, he stood up from his desk and bowed. No need to do that. Just give me all the information you have gathered on what I asked you to. After you give me it, I want you to run as far as you can, because today I'll be wiping your organization off the map, Silver said. The man looked up in shock when he heard that, but he could tell that Silver was serious. He took off his spatial ring and handed it to Silver. This ring contains all the information you asked for, down to the littlest details, he said in a shaky voice. Silver took the ring from him and wore it on his finger. You can leave now, Silver said. The man got up and ran out of the room at top speed, not looking back at all, scared that if he looked back he would die. Silver walked to the chair and sat down on it. He leaned back and placed his feet, crossed, on the table. He started humming some tunes he remembered from Earth. As his mind drifted to Earth, he started thinking about Earth's technology. If he incorporated some technologies from Earth into this magical world, he might come to have the strongest kingdom. Elsa, bring the guardians and all my summons to the throne room. I'll be there in a few seconds, Silver said to Elsa telepathically. All right, I'll get them there, she said. Silver stood from the chair and created a portal. With how much mana he had now, entering the labyrinth was not an issue anymore. He walked through the portal and arrived there, and everyone was already there waiting for him. He walked up and took his seat. He pulled out the ring that the man had given him. From inside the ring, he pulled out several documents and stretched them out to Lily. Lily came forward and took all of them. She skimmed through them at a crazy speed and then handed them all back to Silver. Silver took the documents and then asked her, so tell us what you gathered from it. The Dark Blades have over 20 branches spread across the kingdom. They created a spider web sort of network. It allows a fast method for them to transfer resources from place to place. It's not very safe because the routes remain the same for every transfer. They have fixed storage points and fixed bases. But according to this, The master of this organization is the only thing that is really secured. His location changes weekly to ensure no one knows his location. But even with that, there are 10 locations where he is moved to weekly. Though the movement pattern is very well mixed to ensure irregularities, it seems the person who gave you this information was really high up the ranks. He was able to gather the movement pattern of the leader for the last 3 years, and now using that information, I was able to easily know that he would be in the location tagged number 8 as of today and will change in 3 days' time. The location is in a small town, Ariuim. Now about the slaves that were bought, the ones that are yet to be sold are kept at 3 major storage points. One is located in the capital, and the second is at the city of Aston. There are several smaller groups spread across their bases, but these 2 locations have more than 100 slaves captured. Also, according to his reports, the leader is evolved, and there are also 3 evolved people in the organization, so you should be cautious of them. Lily finished what she had to say. From the breakdown that Lily has given us, it's safe to say we can easily crush this organization and get rid of them. But let's leave that till tonight. The main reason I came here today is to remind you all that I have evolved, and that means I can make all the guardians my summons. You are all very powerful, but with my legacy, you will all gain a 10-fold buff. Like I said, I want to create the strongest force on this planet. Still, I'd like all of you to put limiters on your powers whenever you fight. The greatest way to win is to make the enemy underestimate you. Many of you will come to fight the demon kings and heroes and even more in the future. So we must be stronger. I will not be forcing anyone. If you want to be my summon, step forward, and we will make the contract, Silver said. Silux came forward first and bowed her head. We are already yours to use, so this is an opportunity for us if nothing else. Thank you, Silux, Silver said and shook her hand. The system was not yet upgraded, so he would not receive any notifications about the summoning, nor would he be able to see her stats. But summoning was his magic, so he would be able to use it without issues. Silver also made a mental note to buy spells from the system later on summoning. The only summoning he had really done was taming, and that in itself wasn't really a summoning. The light of the summoning ritual shined, and the mark appeared on Silux. She felt a burst of power rush through her body, unlike anything she had felt before. She became ecstatic and hugged Silver. She knew that his summoning would increase her strength, but she never expected it to be this much. Silux, you will crush my ribs, Silver said, and she finally let go of him. After her, all the guardians came to him one by one and became his summons. When it was the Wyvern, Silver gave him a smile because he was the one he had fought first, who taught Silver that there were stronger people in this world. The Demi-Leviathan, or human snake Jade, did the same as Silux and wrapped her tail around Silver to embrace him. When it was time for Drake and Lily, they both gave Silver a smile, and then Lily spoke. To think we could still have the chance to grow stronger, you were always the right choice. Silver didn't know how to respond, so he carried out the summoning on them as well. It was after he finished their summoning that Silver realized his mana was dropping heavily. Summoning was magic, and magic used mana, and the beings he was taking were really powerful. He felt dizzy after he finished the summoning. He wanted to sit down, but then Elsa and Ares called him at the same time. Silver looked at them, and all his instincts were screaming that he shouldn't do it. They would definitely consume his mana. Ares was as strong, if not stronger, than Drake, and then there was Elsa, who, without anyone even telling you, you would know she was the strongest here, a pure dark dragon. I'm not sure I have enough mana to carry out the summoning for the both of you now, Silver said. You will survive for sure, Ares said. Silver still wanted to refuse, but he looked at Elsa, who had puppy eyes looking at him, so he decided to do it. He activated the summoning for Ares first, and it worked, but he burned almost all his reserves. He staggered towards Elsa. He cast the spell, and like a black hole, it sucked all his mana. Luckily, he succeeded, but he fell backward and immediately fainted. Silver's eyes opened up, and his ears were filled with the sounds of cars passing at high speed. Silver was confused immediately. These were sounds he had not heard for years now. He looked around and realized he was seated on a bench in a town that resembled one from Earth, by the side of a road. "What the hell is going on?" Silver asked, as he sat on the bench wondering if he was dreaming or what. Suddenly there was a rip in the fabric of space, and a completely white human figure with 4 arms walked out. Immediately Silver saw it. He got on his feet, ready for anything. "You do not belong here. I will exterminate you, outsider." Silver heard the voice right inside his head. He could tell it was that being speaking. "I didn't plan to be here. I don't even know why I'm here. I'd like to go back to where I was, but I don't know how," Silver said. "You do not belong here. I will exterminate you," the figure repeated and stretched out its hands. Before Silver could say anything, it fired a very thick beam of bright light. Silver leapt out of the way. The beam struck the ground and dug tens of meters into it, almost 100 meters long, destroying the sidewalk and immediately sending all the humans around into panic. It seemed they couldn't see the being firing at them, and Silver looked like a normal human. There was no way he did that. After Silver dodged, the being became enraged and used all 4 arms to fire beams at Silver. Silver immediately took out the abyssal blade and used it to block the attacks. The attacks were successfully blocked, but the force threw him into a building, smashing through the walls. He rolled and tossed until he came to a stop, but before he could even stand up, the top of the building was ripped off completely. The white figure was levitating over the house, and as soon as it spotted Silver, it immediately fired another 4 beams, regardless of the people in the building. Silver didn't have time to worry about their safety. He used his sword once more to deflect the attacks, this time holding the sword even tighter and taking a stance that allowed him to withstand the attack. The ground underneath him cracked, but he kept standing. When the attack finished, he used Flash Step to leave the building and run as far as he could. He stopped and turned around to see the white figure flying toward him at a crazy speed. He covered his sword with abyssal flames and charged at the figure. His wings emerged as he flew into the air and slashed, firing a massive flame arc. The figure paused midair and fired 4 beams that collided with the flame arc, causing an explosion so large that houses and buildings around were blown to smithereens. The two faced each other in the air. Silver was trying to understand what exactly was going on, but he was getting nowhere. So he decided to kill whatever this thing was and figure it out later. He summoned his clones, and they moved to flank the white figure. The white figure began firing beams all around, trying to hit the clones, but they dodged and flew around him, distracting it enough for Silver to charge at him and plunge his sword into the chest of the white figure. But Silver didn't feel like he struck anything. It was as though his sword passed through air. He looked at the figure, and it suddenly teleported a good distance away. After teleporting, 2 rips in space appeared, and 2 more of the white figures emerged. Silver could immediately tell he was in a lot of trouble now. The 3 figures charged at the real Silver, ignoring the clones. All the clones used Flash Step and created a blockade in front of Silver. The figures fired their beams at the blockade, and the clones started deflecting them. Silver, behind the wall, was busy trying to figure out how to battle them, but his clones telepathically told him to run. When he looked up to see why, he saw the figures had worked together to form a very large ball of their power and were about to release it. Silver could tell that if he was caught in that attack, it would not be funny. He immediately retreated with the clones as well, and everyone covered themselves with scales to take the blast. The figures released the attack, and it fell to the ground and exploded. The explosion was so great it cleared a full 1-kilometer radius and leveled all the houses there. After the explosion, Silver undid his scales. Even from behind them, he still felt the brunt of the explosion. It was no joke, but it was not enough to kill him. When the figures saw that Silver and his clones were still alive, they charged at him again. Silver took his sword and flew towards them as well, with his clones close by. Some of the clones tried to enter the Joker of the Abyss mode, but for some reason, they couldn't. Something was hindering it, so they had to rely solely on their strength. Silver transformed into a full dragon and handed his sword to one of the clones that sat on his back. When they were close, he fired a thick stream of dragon's breath to slow down the enemy. The clone on his back leapt into the air and through the flames. It cut the 3 figures in half simultaneously, and like before, it felt like he was slicing nothing. The clone immediately retreated back to Silver's back, and they all retreated. As expected, there was a rip in space, and 6 more of the figures came out. Silver didn't know what to do anymore. If he attacked, they would summon more, and if he didn't, they would kill him. But he still had to move. He would let his minds think of a solution while he fought. He was about to go in again when a portal appeared behind him, and a hand came to pull him in. When he came through the portal, he looked for who pulled him and saw the goddess Ophelia. "I'm lucky to have discovered you quickly. You would have died in that place today," Ophelia said as she headed to her chair and sat down. Silver walked toward her and began asking, "What the hell is happening? How am I here?" he asked. "Sit down, I'll explain what happened, all the details. Normally, I should not be able to, but the actions of the person that did this have distorted order a bit, so I can tell you." Silver took a seat as she said and waited for her to explain. "I was watching things from here. I saw you make the Guardians your summons, and then you fell unconscious. I thought it was something normal, but then I slightly detected a shift in reality and decided to check it out. That was when I discovered that someone was tampering with reality. The power was grand, so it must have been a god or someone at that level. They shifted reality in a way that made 2 of you and sent 1 of you back to Earth." "Wait, created 2 of me? How is that?" Silver asked. "Gods that have the power to shift reality can create dual realities for a person. The weaker the being, the easier it is for you. The system has been protecting you from such things for a very long while. It stops interference and much more. But the system was on update, and you were unconscious. Your entire security system was down, so whoever did this used the perfect time to create a second reality for you back in your first planet," she explained. "Why would anyone do that? What do they want to achieve by sending me back?" Silver asked. "Your death. They want you killed. You see, if they successfully get you killed in any of the 2 realities, you die in both. When you enter a world through such means like reality cloning, it is considered illegal by order. One being should not exist in 2 worlds normally. And so order will see law remove you from the world that is not yours, and that is where those white figures come into the picture. Those things you saw there are the most feared beings. Even we gods fear them. Whenever one attacks you, you have to find a way to escape as fast as possible. Because they can't die, they can't be killed. They are the physical form of order. They live to ensure that order remains intact. When you arrived at the world, one was sent to see what you are and how strong you are. If you managed to land an attack, it would not die. It would only come to see you as a higher level threat, and it would send 2 more to fight. If you manage to hit them again, it will not take damage, only send more to attack. If I had not come, you would have battled thousands of those things to no end, until millions, and even more. They would keep coming until you die. And no matter how you fight, you will not be capable of killing even one, yet they can kill you. Many gods who broke order had to fight those things, and they all died in the end." She finished her explanation. "So order is this dreadful. Whoever did this knew that I would incur the wrath of order, and my death would be certain," Silver said. "Indeed. It seems, for some reason, a god or evil god has set their sights on you, and they want you dead. Luckily, we survived this one. You can't stay here much longer, so I'll help you go back. All I have to do is make the real you wake up. Once you have woken up, the cloned reality of you will shatter without issues," she explained. "What about what we discussed here? Will I be able to remember it?" Silver asked. "You will. Your cloned reality will only be going back to merge with your real body. I'd advise you to find methods to protect yourself from such things in the future. I'll do my best to look into who did this. I'll find the culprit, no matter what. No one will tamper with my world," she said resolutely. She snapped her fingers, and Silver started fading away from there. When he opened his eyes, he was back inside the labyrinth, lying on Dawn's lap. His head ached a bit but stopped after a while. He immediately sat up, which seemed to make Dawn unhappy, judging from the frown on her face. "Sorry for causing you trouble, Dawn," Silver said. "It was nothing. I'd prefer if you had stayed longer," she responded. "Sadly, I can't, Dawn. I have a duel today. Tell the others I woke up and left." "I'll thank you properly next time," Silver said. He created a portal and jumped into it. When he arrived on the other side, which was his room, his face was flushed red, and his heart was racing. When he woke up and saw her face looking down at him, his body felt hot all over, which was why he ran away quickly. "Will I keep running away from all of them? Every time I find a way to escape from them," Silver complained. He let out a sigh and lay on his bed to think. He had a few hours until his duel, so he decided to take this time to analyze what had happened. What god would want him dead all of a sudden? It didn't make sense, but he hadn't believed in common sense since he came to this world. According to what he knew, the Dark Dragon was a being that even the gods knew about. It could be that one of the gods had discovered he was the heir of the Dark Dragon and wanted to end him quickly to avoid the rise of the second Dark Dragon. Still, all these were baseless hypotheses. He needed to wait to hear from Ophelia, and that might take a very long time. When it was time for his duel, Silver made his way to the arena, but his opponent forfeited and refused to come out, which made Silver win. He didn't really care about the duel, however. He was fine with it, so he left the arena. As he was moving out, one of the instructors met him in the hallway. "Silver, all your fights have been forfeited, except for one. He is a boy from B class." "He didn't forfeit," the instructor said. "Okay then, it would be best if I go over it, right? Can I please fight him now if it is alright? The next duel has yet to start, and it is still basically my time now," Silver said. "Alright, I understand. I'll pass the word the fight will be ready in 5 minutes." Silver nodded, and the man left. 5 minutes later, the fight was announced, and the two of them walked to the stage from opposite sides. As soon as Silver saw this dude, with jet black hair, pale skin, and sunken eyes, he felt that something was off. He used dragon eyes to watch the energy flow of this boy and saw that there were two flows of energy. One was blue, which was the normal one, but then there was a red, ominous one that felt dangerous and powerful. This boy had definitely put his hands into things that he was not meant to. "You believe that you are a big shot just because you have been slightly more talented than others? Well, today I'll show you that everyone can be just as good," the boy yelled and took out a wand. "Vine bind." He cast his spell, and thick vines shot from all over and attacked Silver at the same time. Silver let out a smirk. The vines covered him entirely, but the sound of slashing was heard, and they all fell to the ground. He spun the abyssal blade a bit in his hand before stabbing it into the ground and using it as a crutch to lean on. "If you are going to fight me, you better come at me with all you have, or you may end up severely injured," Silver said. "Don't mock me," he yelled and stretched his wand again. This time, the vines were longer and dark purple. Silver slashed through them to clear the way. Then he used dragon eyes and saw that the energy that had taken over was the red one. It made the boy's attacks faster and more powerful, and from the dripping purple liquid that Silver saw as he cut them, he also knew that they were poisonous. "Whatever that power is that you are using, it is eating away at your life force. You may not be alive for very long if you keep this up," Silver said. "Shut up," the boy said. He threw away his wand and started charging at Silver. His entire arm transformed into thick, twisted purple vines. When he was close, he lashed them at Silver to hit him from both sides. Silver used abyssal flames and shot out an arc that collided with the arms and caused an explosion. The boy yelled in pain as the tops of his vine arms exploded, but they grew back in seconds, and he attacked again, with even more speed. He kept attacking, but Silver kept blocking and dodging, and that pissed the boy off. Ugh! The boy fell in anger, and the power inside him responded. 4 twisted vine limbs shot out of his back, giving him 6 arms in total. With this, the boy felt more confident and charged at Silver again like a beast. Silver responded by slashing downwards and firing another flame arc. The boy used all his limbs to block the attack, causing another explosion and pain. When the explosion cleared away, Silver had vanished from the boy's sight. The boy immediately tried to look for Silver, but his danger senses screamed, and before he could even react, Silver was at his neck with his sword. "It's over, I win," Silver said, and that seemed to be the button that pushed the boy over the ledge. The boy snapped. "Get away from me and die," he yelled. Several more vine limbs shot out of his back in an attempt to grab Silver, but Silver had already moved. Using flash step, he got right in front of the boy again. Using dragon eyes in that instant, he saw that the red energy had completely taken over the boy's body. His face began distorting into some sort of wood-like demon with two horns made of dark wood growing on its head. The vine arms spread apart to form demon-like wings. His entire body was then encased in vines, throbbing and pulsing. Ha 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 ha. The boy laughed, but it sounded like there were two people inside rather than one. You puny human, I'll rip your heart out of your chest, the boy said and bolted towards Silver. Its speed was crazy, and it got to Silver in a flash and threw a punch at him, but all it hit was an after-image. Silver appeared in the air above and came down with his sword, stabbing through the back of the boy, through his heart and into the ground. His purple blood filled the ground in no time as Silver drew his blade. The teachers immediately rushed to the scene. The moment they saw him transformed, they knew something had gone wrong. Luckily, Silver made it quick. Yet how could Silver choose to take a life so easily, a person that was his own age, yet still stand like nothing happened? Silver didn't bother himself with anything else. He walked off the stage under the gazes of his mates. How they would see him after this didn't really matter to him because it was only a matter of days before the whole kingdom knew who he truly was. When Silver left the arena, he quickly went through a portal back to the labyrinth and into Lisa's lab. Lisa, there is something I need you to take a look at. Lisa was busy working on something, but she turned her attention to Silver as soon as he walked in. Silver handed her his sword, covered with the blood of the boy he killed. He was suspicious of the energy that was in that boy. It wasn't to the extent that he would have cared to find out, but when he saw that the teachers didn't try to apprehend him for killing, he understood that they knew something. They knew what energy that boy was exuding, and they knew it was a risk when Silver had stilled the risk. Now, Silver's curiosity was piqued, so he decided to find out what exactly it was. The blood had begun to dry, so Lisa scraped some off into a small crystal plate and infused her mana into it, breaking it down to understand the composition of the blood. Then she paused for a bit, looked at Silver, and then looked at the plate again. She dried the plate and moved to a cabinet to take out a bottle with blood in it. Demons are said to be the ancestors of vampires, and it was the demons who created the vampire from a human. So vampires share very similar energy and blood structure with demons. Because it's impossible to get a sample of demon blood, I decided to take some from Drake and study it. It was so I could have a general idea of what demon blood would be like. Now, when I checked this sample, it felt similar to that of Drake. The bottle I'm holding now contains Drake's blood. She put a drop on another plate and did the same thing she did to the first sample. As I thought, it is similar. The only difference is that the sample you gave me is far less potent, but it does have the same qualities as Drake's blood, Lisa said and placed the plate down. So what does it mean? Silver asked. He already had an idea but needed confirmation. It means that somehow, this kid got his hands on some demon blood, vampire blood, or something similar. He ingested it, and it gave him more power, but slowly consumed him. It should be impossible for a child like him to get his hands on something like that. Demons do not exist in our realm as of now, and the closest things are vampires. But when the blood of a vampire leaves its body for too long, it turns to ash. You would need a special device to capture the blood and keep it in a good state. There is no way a child would be able to get his hands on something like that unless he was given it by somebody powerful, Lisa explained. I see. Then this has to be the work of the academy, and from the way the teachers reacted, it means they must have been informed a little, Silver said. Thank you, Lisa. I'll be going now. I need to deal with this issue and understand what is going on, Silver said and left her lab. He immediately returned to the academy, appearing right inside Matilda's office. She was shocked to see him walk out of the portal, but she tried to hide it and welcome him. Silver, it's nice to see you. Cut the crap. You and I both know you hate me right now, Silver said, taking a seat. I'll be straight with you. I know you know what happened during my duel, and that a student died. I went ahead to do a little research and discovered that this boy had taken something dangerous. Now, you know you can't lie to me, so tell me, what did you give that boy, and why? Silver asked. Matilda was reluctant to talk, but if she didn't want to die, she would have to spill everything here. It was synthetic demon blood. Not many know the truth about demons, only a select few are. Even among the top people of this kingdom, Only a few know. The Empire has been conducting an experiment to create synthetic demon blood. They sent it to us to test, and the king allocated some to me to test its efficacy. That was when I thought this could be my chance. It was impossible for me to hatch a plan against you, so I started observing the first-year classes. And there, I met the boy you fought, with his hatred for powerful people in the S-class. So I thought he would be the best fit for the blood. We gave it to him, saying that if he took it, he would be able to fight the strongest in the S-class. And so he did, and then he was matched up against all of the S-class, starting with you. She revealed everything to Silver. So, even after I put a dark curse on you, you still found a way to plot against me without the curse detecting it. Seems I'll have to make my curses better in the future, but that's beside the point. I find it funny that after knowing who I truly am, you still thought that boy had a chance to kill me. Even if he ingested a whole gallon of the blood, he would come nowhere near me, Silver said, allowing his aura to explode out of him. The windows shattered. The building began shaking violently, and Matilda struggled to breathe. Your days in this office are coming to an end. Soon enough, I'll finish using you and finally kill you, Silver said, then got up and left through a portal. The doors of Matilda's office swung open as teachers and guards ran there immediately after feeling the shaking. They saw her sitting there like nothing had happened, with a smile on her face as well. Silver returned to Lily's lab after leaving the academy. You're back already? She asked. Yeah. I found out what was happening. It seems the Empire is somehow making an artificial demon blood and they are sending it to lesser kingdoms, Silver explained. So that's what is happening. It's the Empire. They are tampering with powers that are beyond them, Lily said. I know, but that's not the main reason that I am here. We have things to talk about, all the Guardians, so let's head to the throne room, Silver said and left. When everyone was gathered in the throne room, he began the meeting. The first order is the wiping out of the organization called the Darksblades. They shouldn't prove to be tough seeing we have all the information about them. We will move out tonight, and I ensure that we leave a mark as we move. But ensure that no witnesses survive. I'll be going to find the leader first, while all of you take care of the rest and rescue the slaves from there. Later that night, Silver was walking through a forest path with Fang, Dawn, and Gillen, his first 3 summons. After a bit of walking, they spotted a town, their destination in the distance. Master Silver, shall we begin? Gillen asked. The town is 50% owned by Darksblades. Whoever holds a blade up to you is to be considered as part of the Darkblade, and you have the right to strike them down, Silver said. Gillen and Fang nodded before charging towards the town. Immediately they got into the town, they split up, and the massacre began. The guards noticed Gillen charging through the town and they immediately moved to stop him. They drew their swords and charged at him. Let's see how well you fight, humans, Gillen said. He used his mana technique to coat his blades and then stabbed the blades into the ground. A large crack scored from where he stabbed. Some of the guards were unlucky and got stuck in the crack. Gillen immediately dashed toward the trapped ones. He swung his blade in a beautiful combo and easily sent all their heads flying. The guards that had escaped the crack watched in shock, but they had no choice but to bring Gillen down, so they tried to encircle him, but Fang had already moved. He appeared behind one of the guards and stabbed the figure through the back, then he lifted the guard up with his blades and tossed it at 2 incoming guards before running towards them. They both dodged the body of their fellow guard, and then they tried to move towards Gillen, but Gillen was already behind them. He spun around and slashed them in half. Their blood painted the sky, and before the drops reached the ground, Gillen had moved once more. He leapt into the air, and then used a spinning move to rip through another guard. A guard tried to attack him from behind. Gillen flicked the blood on his blade at the face of the guard and some entered his eyes, forcing him to close his eyes. Gillen followed up to stab through the head of the guard, killing him easily. But now, only about 6 guards were standing, but their fear didn't want to let them move out of fear, so Gillen moved to them. He stomped his feet into the ground and vanished from their sight again. When he finally reappeared, all their heads started falling off, dropping to the ground with loud thuds. Their bodies also followed as well, falling to the ground lifeless. That was a good workout, Now make the citizens run from the town. He opened his mouth and let out a resounding roar that woke whoever was sleeping. The humans soon began to panic when they discovered that they were getting attacked. At the other side, a group of guards encircled Fang, with their swords pointed at him. They all charged at the same time to pierce him through. Fang lifted his forepaw from the ground and hit the ground, causing a massive explosion of lightning so powerful that it ripped most of the guards to pieces. The ones that had managed to survive were on their last breath, about to die. "It's disappointing, I expected more," Fang said. "You evil beast." Fang heard a voice. He turned to look and saw a man running towards him with a sword. He was dressed similarly to the guards, but there was some difference on his own armor. Fang wanted to deal with the nuisance quickly, so he tried to swat the man like a fly, but to his surprise, the man flipped over Fang's paw, and landed close to Fang. He immediately tried to stab Fang, but Fang had already gotten behind the man. "You actually shocked me there. I didn't expect you to be that skilled," Fang said. The man turned around with a slash, but Fang vanished again. He turned again and saw Fang standing right in front of him. "Sadly, that's all you have, just some skills," Fang said. He swung his paw, but this time twice as fast, and it slammed into the man and sent him flying into a wall. The man collided with the wall and died. Fang let out a near-deafening roar after that, in order to cause panic and make the humans run away. And just as he planned, people started leaving their houses and running for safety. But there were those that believed that they could take Fang down. They all charged toward him with their own spears and swords. Fang felt sorry for them, but he had no choice. He let out another powerful roar, but this time infused with so much lightning that it dripped through them like butter. Their blood painted the sky as it sprayed like a fountain and dropped to the ground like rain, their mutilated bodies littering the ground. Fang walked through their corpses as he headed deeper inside to complete his task. Aaron took permission to leave the school after winning all his duels for the day. Though it was late, he had already made reservations at a diner to meet his father. When he arrived at the diner, he took a deep breath before stepping inside. The person at the counter checked for his name, and when they confirmed it, they let him in. He spotted his father already there and headed to the table. He pulled out a seat and sat down. His father had yet to order anything and only had a glass of water. He knew they didn't come here just to eat. His son wasn't like that. There must have been a reason good enough for Aaron to call him here. After Aaron sat down, the waitress came by and asked them what they would have. Aaron's father opted for some wine, and that was all. Aaron, on the other hand, ordered some steak. The waitress took down notes and went to get their food and drinks for them. "So, what is it, Aaron?" His father went straight to the point. "Before I go into the main reason, Father, I'd like to confess something to you. For many years now, I've been carrying out jobs for Duke Deron behind your back." Aaron came clean. "Oh, I know," his father responded and sipped his water. "You knew?" Aaron asked in shock. "Of course, Aaron. I'm a magical researcher. It's my job to observe. I know the first day he spoke to you and planted that seed inside your head. But Teron had control. It was either I tried to stop you and risk him exposing the truth about you, or let you do what he says and guide you from the shadows. One way or another, I always followed you whenever you went on those missions or through tracking crystals and whatnot. I cried every night I watched a kid carry out such missions, but I had to be silent." The wine and steak came, but at this point, Aaron had lost his appetite. "You watched me do all that? Why did you not do anything? Why didn't you tell me? And don't give me any bogus reason like you were trying to protect me. I was a child going through all that. I cried myself to sleep every night, but whatever gave me the will to go on was the thought that I was keeping you safe." Aaron slowly started raising his voice. "This is not the best place to tell you, Aaron." "I can't tell you now," his father said. Why can't you tell me now? If you weren't going to tell me, then why even let me know that you knew about it?" Aaron asked, on the verge of snapping. "I can't tell you here," his father said. "Why?" Aaron yelled the question. "Because they are always watching. The king knows about my wife, your mother, and they have been watching me for all these years to ensure you don't find out," his father said. Immediately after he said that, a massive beam of light struck through the walls and obliterated his father. leaving only half of his body remaining. Everyone in the diner began shouting and running. Aaron just stood there looking at his father's remains. Suddenly, he sensed a huge amount of mana locked on him, and he instinctively leapt out of the way. The same beam that killed his father broke through the wall again. Though he tried to dodge, the heat from the blast seared his shoulder and destroyed his skin, but he survived. He got up on his feet after that and looked around. There was no one there anymore. Then he sensed people heading for the front door, and from their movement pattern, he could tell they weren't normal civilians. Just as he expected, 5 guys burst through the door wearing black, slight armor and holding swords. Immediately they saw Aaron. They moved into formation and charged at him. Aaron quickly used a wind spell that dealt little damage but was fast to cast and would be able to push them back. Wind burst. He called out, blasting them with a huge gust of wind that pushed them back. Using the small chance he had created, he ran and broke through the window, landing on his back outside. Ugh! He groaned in pain as he struggled to stand. When he looked up, he saw several armored men with swords pointed at him and mages with their staves ready. "What did I do?" he yelled at them. "I didn't ask to be born this way. Why do you all have to make my life miserable? I never asked for any of this. I have never been a threat to you all, even though I wasn't fully human. So why am I being treated this way?" Aaron asked. All mages ready to fire. The person leading spoke. He didn't even care for what Aaron had to say. The mages readied their staves to attack. Aaron looked at them, a teardrop falling from his eye. "Fine. If I'm going to die here, I'll bring all of you down with me," he said as fairy wings grew from his back and his whole demeanor changed. A star-like mark appeared on his head, and his eye color changed to gold. "Fire at will." The man gave the order, and all the mages cast their spells at once. There was no way Aaron could dodge all that normally, but in his fairy form, he could. He raised his hands up, and a huge gust of wind picked up, turning into a tornado that blocked all the attacks. The man who gave the order saw this and decided to handle matters himself. He pulled out his sword and charged at the tornado. He slashed through it and created a gap big enough for him to enter and try to drive his sword into Aaron. Aaron was shocked that anyone could get through his defense. He did his best to react fast, but the sword dug into his shoulder. He placed his hand on the man's head and blasted it with flame magic, killing him. He pulled the sword out with great pain, flapped his wings, and shot into the sky to get away. A mage still spotted him in the sky and fired an ice lance that dug into his abdomen. Though the wound bled like crazy, Aaron kept flying, pushing himself to go as far as possible. Aaron flew as far as he could, but soon he couldn't keep flying and fell unconscious mid-air. Then a shadow leapt into the air and caught him. The person landed on the ground with Aaron. It was Drake. "When Master asked me to watch over his friend, I didn't think anything would really happen to him, but it seems I was wrong," Drake said. Silver had given Drake a job to do while the others took down Dark's blade. Silver had discovered that Aaron would be meeting with his father today, so he decided to send Drake for safety. Drake had watched the whole thing. He would have stepped in and helped, but he saw how fiercely Aaron resisted, so he decided to let Aaron fight. He would only step in if Aaron was about to be killed. He took Aaron through a portal and returned to the labyrinth. When he arrived, the others were all out doing what they had been asked to do to take down the Dark's blade. The only person there was Elsa. Immediately, she saw Drake walk in with Aaron so beaten up. She ran to him and asked what happened. Drake explained every detail to her, recounting what had happened. "I need you to project the current image of Aaron to Master and tell him what happened before we heal Aaron," Drake said. Elsa nodded and began telepathically connecting with Silver. Silver was walking from the forest with Dawn toward the town. It was now time for him to find the leader of the Dark Blade, as Fang and Gillen were doing their job. "Daddy, something bad has happened," Elsa spoke to Silver telepathically. She immediately showed him a mental image of Aaron and explained what had happened. Silver balled his fist when he heard the details of what happened. His veins bulged. Dawn saw this and was worried about what he had been told that made him so angry. "Dawn, stay in the forest. I'll be sending Fang and Gillen back as well." "Do not come near the town," Silver said, then started walking. She wanted to ask what was going on, but she could tell Silver was not ready to talk. His steps were heavy, and his bloodlust was leaking out of him. Galen, Fang, you both have 1 minute to evacuate that city and stay in the forest with Dawn. If you are still there after the 1 minute is up, you might die. Silver spoke to Galen and Fang. They didn't know what was happening, but as soon as they heard his voice in their heads, they knew it was serious, and they immediately ran out of the city. They passed by Silver, who was walking toward the city, but they didn't stop because the killing intent he was leaking scared them. They simply ran past him. You think you can do what you want? All of you think you can do what you want? How dare you touch what's mine? I'll burn it. I'll burn this whole kingdom to the ground. Foolish people trying to tamper with what is mine. I'll burn everything, every single thing, down to the ground. Silver spoke as he walked. When he was close to the town, he used mana to amplify his voice. If you don't want to die, you have 10 minutes to leave this town. After that, your death is on your hands. After speaking, he paused and counted down the time. Some people listened and ran out of the town with whatever they could. But not everyone heeded, and soon the guards of the city charged out as well to deal with the threat. It seems the rest of the people here have made the decision to call my bluff, Silver said, and right before everyone, he transformed into a dragon and shot into the air. When the people saw a dragon in the sky, they all fell into panic, trying to evacuate the town as fast as possible. It is too late for that now, his voice boomed. He opened his mouth and fired a stream of dark flames into the city. The raging flames began devouring everything and killing everyone there. He circled the town and made sure to burn all of it into a crisp, without regard for age or status. Whoever chose not to evacuate would pay with their life. After a while, more than half the town was burnt, and Silver noticed a figure escaping through the dark. The leader of the Dark's Blades. When he saw the dragon above in the sky, he immediately knew that there was nothing he could do, so he decided to run. But Silver contacted Dawn and Fang to take care of him. Fang carried Dawn on his back, and they rode to the place outside the town where the leader had escaped. When the leader saw them, he tried to fight his way out, but his head was already floating in midair by the time he blinked. Silver was no longer interested in making anyone's death long and painful. He simply wanted to wipe the kingdom off the map. This was the beginning of their war. When Silver returned to his human form, the whole town was up in flames. There were no survivors. Those who had listened and escaped looked back in terror, glad they had listened and left. Silver returned to the forest where the three were waiting for him. Today we forget our humanity. They dare touch one of mine, I'll send all them to hell, regardless of who, Silver said before making a portal for them to return. When they got into the labyrinth, Aaron was already healed and waiting for Silver. When he saw Silver, he bowed his head in thanks for sending Drake to follow him and for healing him. I'm glad to see you're fine. Ready yourself, though. Plans have changed because of you. I'll be erasing a kingdom's government now. They brought it upon themselves. Now that Silver was pissed and had decided to start the war early, the only two things he had to do were to talk to Faye. So he returned to the academy and snuck into Faye's room. He took her and then went ahead to her brother's room. He kidnapped both of them and left the academy that night, taking them to their house in Robert, where their father was already waiting since Silver had gone to him ahead of time and told him to wait. When Faye and her brother woke up, they were shocked to find themselves inside their father's office. But before they could ask what was happening, Silver began explaining. He told them the whole thing, keeping only the important parts secret. The reason I have told you all this is because you three have an important place in my life, most especially Faye. I'd like for you to leave and join my side now, and I can promise that Robert will be safe, and I will not harm it. The people of Robert have been my family, and I have grown to know them. So, I'd like them to be a part of us. I don't know how you'll pass the news to the entire town, but please do. I trust you, Viscount. You know I would not say what I am incapable of doing. So when I say I am taking down the kingdom, I seriously mean it. I'll be burning everything to the ground. The decision to join me belongs to you. I'll leave you to discuss, but for now, I'll be taking my leave because, at daybreak, the war begins, Silver said, and then created a portal. Faye stood up and held his hand. Allow me to come with you. My father and brother will deal with the planning, she said. Silver nodded and allowed her to follow him back to the labyrinth. When he stepped in, the guardians Dawn, Fang, Galen, and Aries were there. They all got on one knee to greet Silver. Faye, the rest of the group is here. I informed them about changes in plans and brought them here. You'll be with them for a bit. Elsa, take Faye to meet the others, Silver said. Elsa nodded, took Faye's hand, and led her out of the place. When she was gone, Silver began speaking. Today, we will be moving into the kingdom at the break of dawn. Our march will be from here to Blacklight first. I'd like all of you to gather the citizens of the labyrinth with you as troops. We will crush any smaller towns on the way to Blacklight. When we destroy Blacklight, we will be setting base in the academy as the new rulers, and from there, we will begin a full-powered assault. Use whatever you need from the storage. Ready your weapons. We will show no mercy, Silver said. Master Silver, are you going to send a message to them, to tell them about the war? It's common policy, or do you wish to eradicate them all before they know what hit them? Drake asked. I don't really care, but send it to them. They'll take it as a joke either way until we move. According to Lily's report, we have over 3,000 beasts well over level 70. They are our force. Delegate them amongst yourselves. We leave this morning, Silver said and walked away. He headed for the room where his family, friends, and everyone was gathered, the same room he had asked Elsa to take Faye to. When he walked in, the whole place became quiet. They all looked at Silver, as though waiting for him to say something. The war will start tomorrow, and before you say anything, none of you can help. You will all stay in the labyrinth, away from the war. I don't care if you feel that you are strong or that you can help. You aren't allowed to, Silver said and left the room without saying anything else. He seems different, Aaron said. It's simple. He is about to take thousands of lives in a war. He knows there is no way his parents would want him to do such, so he has to keep a cold demeanor to avoid wavering, Leah explained. What she said is true. Honestly, seeing this side of Silver makes me sad as his mother, Sarah said as she looked down. There are things one must do in life, no matter what. His destiny is to be a demon king. There's no way the humans will accept him. And so there must be fights and wars. Also, the pride of a dragon exists in Silver, and his friend was hurt by their kingdom. No dragon would sit still after his person was hurt, Leah spoke. Though no one said it, they all agreed with her. So what about you, Leah? You have your parents, and you are a hero candidate. What will you do? Aaron asked. My parents are out of the question. I have none. I went to my home and disowned them. As for being a hero, I'm going to do the same as Silver, live for myself. I'll no longer carry the banner for anyone. I prefer to walk with Silver because he is joining no sides but rather building his own. So I'll be the hero who stays with a demon, fighting against heroes and demon kings, Leah said. Leah, you don't have to worry. We will be here with you and Silver to fight them all off. After all, we have all deserted humanity. Since we chose to follow Silver, we are no longer part of humanity, and we can't run to other races because we aren't one of them. The only place that is for us is here, so let's help Silver build the greatest place in the world, Leah spoke enthusiastically. Silver had never left. He was just outside the door and had heard everything. He let out a deep sigh of relief after hearing all they said. He walked away from there with a smile to go and inquire about the slaves they saved that night. Five and Silver discussed the issues of the slaves with Drake and Elsa. They had saved over 300 of them that night, ranging from several races, sexes, and ages. Silver decided that he would address them after the first wave of the battle where they would take down Blacklight. So that morning, with an army of 500, 100 hobgoblins, 150 minotaurs, 100 spiders, and 150 demi-snakes, led by Drake, Jade, Silox, and Silver himself. The first wave was only hitting one man a town, and so Silver decided that this would be the appropriate force. At the break of dawn, Silox and Jade led the army towards the town, while Silver and Drake followed at a distance behind. Drake wore a unique black ankle-length coat with a hood. He also wore a mask, and with his glowing red eyes, he looked striking. Silver, on the other hand, wore his armor with his sword hung at his side. Silver looked at Drake and couldn't help but ask, Drake, you are a vampire. Doesn't the sun affect you? It does, but it only acts to weaken me, not kill or damage me. That's why my gear is like this. It stores darkness and allows me to walk under the sun without a power reduction. But even without this gear, I would be able to walk under the sun and use about 50% of my power, Drake explained. After a while of marching, Jade and Silex got closer to a small town on the way to Blacklight. When the scouts of the town saw the incoming troops, one immediately dashed into the town and informed the captain of the city guards. The captain, a burly man with slightly gray hair and a rough appearance, was drinking beer when the man barged into his office with a report. He got up from his seat immediately when he heard that a non-human troop was headed for them. "Go, tell the Baron about this immediately," the captain said in his rough, cracked voice. The guard nodded and ran out. The captain grabbed his sword, which leaned against the chair, and ran out as well. He immediately went to their base and made a town-wide announcement using a voice-amplifying formation that was normally used for emergencies like this. "Listen, citizens of Lagium. An enemy troop is headed this way. All citizens are to prepare for evacuation. If we are unable to stop the enemy, you will be evacuated to Blacklight. As for all town guards, return to base now to prepare to counter the enemy." After saying that, in less than 10 minutes, the guards returned to their base and were ready to move out. They had close to 500 men as well, and they hoped it would be enough to stop the enemy. The only guards that were left behind were those that would help with the evacuation if the battle was to be a loss. The entire troop marched out towards their enemy with vigor. "It seems they are coming to us," Jade said. "Humans are impatient. They couldn't even wait for us to get to them first," Silex said. "Let's make Master proud, and then maybe we will get reward from him personally," Jade said. She raised her hand to signal the troop and then brought it down. Immediately after, the spiders began firing mana-infused web bombs toward the town guards. The guards didn't know what was coming towards them, but they would still try to stop it regardless. But as their shields and swords touched the web bombs, they exploded into a very sticky solution, making them unable to move freely at all. Jade pointed forward again, and all the troops aside from the spiders charged into battle, with the Minotaurs taking the front line to break the enemy's defenses first. They were like an unstoppable wind, slamming into the enemy and sending bodies flying. Using their brute strength, they hacked at the enemies, who were unable to fight back at all. The hobgoblins and demi-snakes used the gaps created by the Minotaurs to attack, moving through and striking enemies down. In less than a minute, the humans had lost a lot of their soldiers. The captain of the guards looked around in confusion. The enemy was massacring them. This was no battle. But he was a warrior, and he would fight until his dying breath. So he charged at top speed despite the sticky webs. Roaring from the bottom of his lungs, he set his sights on one Minotaur in front of him and went for the kill. The Minotaur noticed him and swung his axe as well. Sword and axe collided, and the captain was pushed back. But he refused to yield. He regained his footing, and with an even louder roar, he attacked again. The Minotaur blocked his attack and countered with a swing faster than the captain could see or react to. The axe dug deep into his chest, leaving a gash several inches deep and blowing his body away. But despite this, the captain stood up. He stood with a smile. The Minotaur saw this and couldn't help but speak. "I admire your strength, warrior. You are indeed a fighter. And so, to respect you, my next attack will be the last. You will die in battle as a great warrior," the Minotaur said. The captain didn't reply. He was too focused on keeping himself conscious. He ran towards the Minotaur, ignoring the pain. The Minotaur slashed down, and time seemed to freeze for the captain as both sides of his body fell in different directions after being split in half. With the captain dead, there was no hope in this battle for the guards. But even then, they couldn't retreat from the battle as the enemy pressed them tightly. One of the guards took out a tube and shot red smoke into the air before a goblin stabbed him and he died. But the smoke still went up high into the sky. The smoke that was shot into the air signaled to the people of the town that they had lost the fight and should retreat. But Jade and Silex were not going to allow that to happen. With their speed, they reached the town in a few seconds, before the evacuation could even start. "Jade, I'll handle this," Silex said before entering the town. The guards that remained immediately charged at her. She pointed her finger at them and made a bang sound with her mouth. A bright light, made purely of mana, shot from her finger. The light consumed all of them, reducing them to nothing. After she finished, she turned away and left the town. For now, they had finished with the town. All that was left was the Baron, and she would allow the troops to capture him. As for the civilians here, they would be held in custody for the time being. After capturing the Baron, they decided to leave about 20 goblins and 5 minotaurs to handle the situation and secure prisoners of war. The remaining troops immediately moved toward Blacklight. Luckily, the Baron had sent word to Blacklight that a powerful troop was headed their way before he was captured. But the government of Blacklight was currently under the control of Silver's mother and Matilda, 2 people now against the kingdom, willingly or not. So Matilda was the one who gave the order to march out. She asked that they use all the military force in the city to fight against them, bringing up to 3,000 soldiers. They all lined up outside the city and were ready for war, but they weren't expecting what happened next. A massive formation appeared in the sky. It began spinning at a crazy rate, and from the formation, massive bolts of lightning started firing into the army. The blasts could send 20 to 50 men flying and fired in very fast succession. The army immediately fell into chaos. The captains tried to control the situation, but more and more men were dying each second. And from the forest, Silver's army charged out at full force. This time, Drake and Silver led the front line, while Jade and Silix controlled the lightning formation from the forest. Silver wasted no time. His wings emerged, and he took to the air. They didn't have to worry about the lightning, as Jade and Silix were very skilled at controlling it, ensuring they wouldn't get hit. From above, Silver slashed out with his sword, and a massive flame arc fired out. The heat of the flame arc was so intense that it began burning people immediately after it was released, and by the time it was halfway there, May had already died from the heat. When the flame arc hit the ground, it caused more devastation than the lightning formation, wiping out over 300 people in one strike. This was the difference between Silver and an ordinary human. It was incomprehensible. He was like a god to them, and they had angered a god. After his attack, Drake moved to attack as well. He formed a blood sword and then vanished. He didn't truly vanish. He was just running, but his speed was far above what any human could see. Not to mention that, now that Silver had made him his summon, he was on another level, beyond their comprehension. As he vanished, blood began to spatter all around, and by the time he stopped, over 300 soldiers had died as well. With this, the force that had come to meet them was already close to being halfway exterminated. So Silver left the rest to Drake and the troops while he flew toward the academy to meet Matilda. He wanted to have a final talk with her, one that would determine if she would serve him or if she would die. As he flew toward the academy, the system came online. System update complete. Here are the details of your sword. Inside the throne room of a majestic palace, the king sat upon his throne, speaking to his council on a certain matter. Suddenly, a knight barged into the throne room. Everyone was shocked at such rudeness, but they said nothing, as there had to be a very good reason for the knight to do so. The king was a man past middle age, with a face full of pride and the aura of a true ruler. He was fit for his part. Even the way he reacted to the knight was calm and regal. "My king, forgive my interruption," the knight said, bowing to the ground. "Speak. What made you barge into the throne room, and we will know if you are worth forgiving," the king said. "Your Highness, it is war. A mighty troop of beasts and monsters is coming against the kingdom. With only 500 men, they destroyed a town, and now they are taking down Blacklight. They have almost succeeded, and the entire army of Blacklight is unable to do anything against them. It is a one-sided massacre," the knight reported. When they all heard this, everyone became tense, even the king. "Are the followers of demons making a move? Could it be that they have information we don't?" "There should be equal numbers of demon kings and heroes this generation. What would make them start attacking, and why would they begin with our little kingdom? Do they want to take out the weaker kingdoms first?" The king asked several questions at once. "My king, I think it would be best if we find a way to send a message to the Empire or Holy Kingdom about this situation. If the followers of demons are making a move, we must not take it lightly," one of the council members said. Another member got up and spoke. Could it be that this is just a beast wave? We shouldn't say it's the followers of the demons just yet. Another council member quickly got up and spoke to counter the person who had just finished speaking. It's impossible for it to be just a beast wave. A beast wave would be more chaotic and not a well-planned army. From what the knight just said, it seems to be an army, coordinated and attacking together. They aren't moving carelessly or recklessly. When everyone considered the council members' words, it made a lot of sense. Whatever they are, we will have to respond to them in full, obliterate that little army, and ensure that they come to fear us. We will send a troop of black knights and our best mages from the Mages Association and army. I want a number of 2,000, and they will go and crush the enemy, the king decided. Abyssal blades, a sword used by the Dark Dragon. A blade filled with the will the Dark Dragon. The blade is sealed with 7 seals. Each unlock increases the power of the blade several-fold and gives new abilities to the blade. You have the base sword, increases stats by double. When using the blade to fight, possesses the ability to enforce your will, creating a powerful sword field. You must reap the lives of 200 intelligent beings to unlock the first seal. With every seal unlocked, the will the Dark Dragon merges with your will, making the blade far more powerful. Silver read through the details, and he was happy with what he was seeing. This sword was something else. Sure, he wasn't happy that most of it was sealed, if not all, but at least even without unlocking any seal, the sword was already very powerful. Silver arrived at the academy and flew to the window of Matilda's room. He knocked on it twice, and she opened it, allowing him to come in. He took a seat and relaxed immediately after he was in, taking a look around for one last time. "Matilda, have you evacuated your students? This is war, you know." Silver spoke. "I know. The teachers have informed them and asked them to start leaving, but do you really have to do this?" she asked. "In this world, the strong make the rules, the strong decide what goes and what doesn't. Your king thought he was strong and so he made the rule and harmed someone dear to me. So now, I, who am stronger, am going to shatter his belief and destroy his understanding of strength. I don't plan to hurt the humans here. In fact, I'll build a kingdom where beasts and humans can easily coexist. It will be the first of its kind," Silver said as he reclined further into the chair. "The Holy Kingdom, the Empire, they will come for you. Even if it's just a smaller kingdom you've taken over, they won't allow a demon to rule for long," Matilda said. "Let them come. I do not fear them. I'll crush all of them beneath my feet when the time comes. I plan on creating a country far more advanced than the Empire and Holy Kingdom combined. A first of its kind with otherworldly technology that would leave jaws dropping. By the time the Empire or Holy Kingdom decides to make a move, I would have built defenses that even their strongest would not be able to break through," Silver explained. "You sound so certain, like you know for sure it's happening," Matilda said. "Oh, I do. I very much do," Silver said with a smile. "I can tell you for sure that I'll succeed in what I'm about to do." "Will it be easy?" "Nope. It will be hard as hell, because I'll be fighting many people who are considered the strongest and the most powerful. But the question is if I would lose to them. And that is a hard number. I'd never lose to any of them. If I fail to win the first try, I'd escape and return. And when I return, I'd probably be a dozen times stronger, and I'd take care of the person that caused me trouble. It's really simple, actually. Call it pride, but I'm also a dragon and one filled with pride. At the end of it all, there's no one I know of or have heard of that has my growth potential," Silver said as he got up and walked to the window to look outside. "My troops have made it into the city. Now we will dominate. I have an offer to extend to you, a chance at standing with me and living. I have looked into your details so you have nothing to lose. No kids, no family, nothing whatsoever. All you have is yourself and your life. I've thought about ending you, but your potential is beyond what you know. You possess a great ability to plot and plan. You only need a little polishing and training, and you might become the greatest tactical mind. So this is an offer in that regard. I want you to take that role and learn from some of my best in order to become even more useful. I'm extending this olive branch to you now, in good faith that you are an investment worth it. Will you take it and walk by me, or should I kill you and end it here?" Silver said, stretching out his hand to her. She gazed at his hand for a moment before shaking it. I have no choice. I either die here for the kingdom or follow you. Sadly, this kingdom hasn't done enough for me to lay my life down for them, so I'll take the deal, she responded. Great, Silver said and walked back to sit down. He reclined on the chair and crossed his legs before he started speaking. By now, the information about the war must have already reached the king's ears, and he must be thinking that the demon kings are behind this in some way or another. His belief would be that they want to wipe out the smaller human kingdoms first before they take care of the big dogs. And honestly, everyone would think that way. And so that brings us to his plan to stop me, because he has to have a plan to stop me. And that plan would simply be to send elite fighters to come in great numbers to chase us from the city. This is where you come in. You have to make them believe that the enemy is inside the academy and is using it as a base. You are currently the most influential person in this city, so all you have to do is speak to the king through a magical crystal and inform him about the situation and what your plan is to defeat them. While in reality, your only plan is to lure them into the academy, where my men will be waiting for them, hidden. It will be a war inside the academy, one we will win with ease, because they believe that only about 500 of my forces are here. But they don't know one little detail. And the detail is the fact that when we reach the academy, we will be using a teleportation circle to mass teleport 500 more men. With that number, the king would need at least 5,000 to stand a chance at a decent fight. But considering this kingdom's military situation, they can only afford to send 2,000 to 3,000. That would normally be enough, but that won't be the case here, as all of them will meet their doom. Silver finished his elaboration. You put a lot of thought into everything, every detail. It's scary to think about it. The king honestly does not stand a chance against you and your plots, Matilda said. It's not just me. I have a powerful team of high-level strategists behind me, helping me and guiding me through every decision. Some of them are in my head, while some are real people who walk and talk to me, Silver said. What do you mean, in your head? Matilda asked. It's not something you would understand, so I won't explain. I'll be leaving in a bit. Just remember your part and play it right, Silver said and left the office. The whole academy was already quiet, as if everyone had left due to the information about the battle that was happening. Silver peacefully headed for the labyrinth at the bottom of the academy. He wanted to destroy the whole place because this place was made artificially, and he had a feeling that this artificial labyrinth used human and other race experiments. It would explain the humanoid form that the Mangaldans took. He finally arrived at the gate, and there were no guards there. So he pushed the gate open and walked into the labyrinth. He took out his sword and raised it above his head with both hands. Silver slashed down with his full strength. His sword ripped through the space inside the labyrinth. The force of the attack tore through the walls and caused them to shatter. The shockwave created a powerful chain reaction that led to the collapse of the first floor, killing all the Mangaldans inside. The chain reaction continued, moving down to several floors below. Silver levitated in the air using his wings while watching the entire labyrinth collapse. The collapse caused the entire academy to shake violently, and after the labyrinth fully collapsed, the core of the labyrinth was exposed for Silver to attack. He didn't even hesitate. He took out one of his normal swords and threw it with all his might at the core. The sword stabbed into the core and caused it to explode, destroying everything and killing the remaining Mangaldans. When he was done, the entire place was now rubble inside a very large hole. The hole itself was larger than the labyrinth. It made him wonder why they would dig a large hole like this yet only use a smaller part to build the artificial labyrinth. He decided to take a look around the labyrinth with his dragon eyes, and that was when he saw a small wisp of energy coming from a spot. He decided to check it out. He covered his sword with abyssal flames for light, and then he fell downward. When he got there, he noticed a cave big enough for a full human to walk in, so he walked in without hesitation. He kept going for minutes until finally, he came to a split road. He used his dragon eyes again to check, and he saw that the energy flowed into the left path. So he took that path and walked while paying good attention to his surroundings. After walking for some more minutes, he saw some light. When he got to where the light was, it was a small crystal illuminating a cave room. He could see that there was a trap formation in this room. You would have to move correctly to avoid activating the trap. But Silver just walked in, and when the formation was about to activate, he stomped the ground and destroyed the entire formation. After leaving that room, he entered the next passageway. That he wasn't human and was probably an enemy. But they couldn't be certain, so after the watchman reported, an army of 20 came out of the capital on horses and rode toward Ares and Silver. They surrounded them, and their leader asked a question. "Who are the two of you?" "I am Silver, a demon king candidate, and a dragon." "This is Ares, a chaos spirit," Silver said. When the knights heard this, they all pulled their swords and pointed them at Silver and Ares, but before the swords even completed the motion, they crumbled into nothing. Confused, the knights looked at Silver and Ares, noticing a red glow coming from Ares's palm. That must have been the reason the swords collapsed. "Ares, how many people are needed to deliver a message?" Silver asked. "Just one," she replied. "Good," Silver said and drew his sword, slashing in a circular motion. 19 of the 20 knights were slashed through their guts all the way to their backs, and they fell in 2 pieces, dead. Only one knight remained, frozen and scared. Silver looked at him and pointed. "You, run as fast as you can to your king. Tell him that Silverteron, the demon king candidate and the bringer of this war, has come to kill him. Report this to him and tell him that he has 1 hour to prepare himself against me. If he isn't ready by then, I'll still come for his head and take it off," Silver said. The man was still frozen even after what Silver said. "Do you want to die too?" Silver asked, snapping him back to reality. The knight turned his horse and rode as fast as he could, his entire body covered in sweat as he rode away. "Does he need a horse to move?" Silver asked. "Not at all. He does have legs, after all," Ares responded. Silver pointed at the horse and fired a small bullet that struck the horse, instantly killing it. The knight was thrown to the ground, but he got up and started running toward the city without even looking back. When he passed through the city gates, he didn't pause for a second. He charged through the city at top speed, going for minutes without stopping. After 30 minutes of brutal running, he made it to the king's castle. The guards tried to block him, but he was a trained knight, so he threw them aside easily. He barged into the throne room where the king was seated after killing Ronald. The knight fell to the floor, huffing and puffing. He looked up at the king and forced himself to speak. "My king, the demon king candidate named Silverteron is outside the city, and he threatens to take your head if you don't come out to fight him within an hour. I've already spent much time getting here. You have less than 30 minutes, my lord," the knight said. The king stood up upon hearing this. He had been expecting to go and fight at night today, but the enemy had come to him, their leader alone approaching. If he managed to take down the leader, he would win the war and keep his kingdom. The empires would reward him for being the one to kill a demon king candidate. His greed and lack of information got the better of him. He took out his public announcement crystal connected to all knight and mage bases in the city. "Every knight and mage in this city, take in all the blood you are given and march out of the city to kill the enemy leader, who is currently approaching. Whoever kills the leader will be rewarded with the status of duke." The king threw out an offer very few would refuse, and now he would sit back and watch the results. When an hour passed and the army was yet to attack, Silver decided to give them a warning, so he cast a formation with only a snap of his finger. The formation formed above the castle and was pure black in color. From the formation, a black flaming ball was released, and it fell straight for the castle. But the castle was not undefended. A barrier covered the castle and attempted to block the attack. The fireball slammed into the barrier, and the barrier trembled before melting. By the time the barrier was melted through, the fireball had died down. But Silver didn't attack again. He could have used the hole in the barrier to release a second attack, but he only did that first one as a warning. And it seemed the warning worked, as troops began rushing madly out of the gates of the city, mages and warriors alike. When Silver saw them, he felt the same energy he sensed from the boy he killed that day. It was evident that the king had fed all them demon blood. To think a king would use his soldiers like this. "Well, that's none of my business," Silver said. He bent down and placed his hand on the ground. "Ever since I got my summoning, I've only been using the taming part of it, but today, mixing summoning and abyss magic, I brought out a spell, Advanced Necromancy. A spell with multiple levels of necromancy summoning. First level, summon the army of the undead, Silver said. A black shadow spread from his feet, and skeletons with weapons began coming out until they numbered about 500. This is a pretty cliché copyright thing for a demon king to do, summoning skeletons, but it gets the job done, Silver said. What are you saying? Ares asked him. Something you wouldn't understand, Silver responded. The army of skeleton summons charged into battle at top speed, and Silver's skeletons clashed with the army at the midpoint, and the battle began. The skeletons were getting crushed from the get-go. The kingdom's army, reinforced with demon blood, fought fiercely and destroyed the skeletons. Your summons are getting destroyed, Ares said. That's the plan. The spell is an unusual one. When the skeletons get destroyed, they come back twice as strong. But because of my legacy buff, they become 20 times as strong. So the aim is for the enemy to destroy them as much as possible, making them stronger and stronger until the enemy is incapable of defeating them because of how strong they've become. The only thing needed to keep this going is my mana, which will keep flowing through them, and as long as that continues, they will keep coming back stronger, Silver explained. And in the time he used to explain, the skeletons had turned the tide of the battle and were now winning, killing the soldiers despite their increased powers. It was slowly turning into a massacre, and the numbers of the army were steadily dwindling. Ares, I think it is time for us to head to the castle. My summons will handle everything here, Silver said. Ares nodded, and they walked through the battlefield unhindered toward the city, casually walking in as there was no security left. They walked through the quiet town toward the castle. Suddenly, 3 little boys, no more than around 10, jumped out holding rusted swords. Silver was only a few years older than them, but the way he carried himself and his physical appearance would confuse anyone and make them think he was close to 16. We will not allow you demons to take our city, the boy in the center spoke. Silver looked at them, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Please get out of the way. I seriously don't have emotions and will kill a child without thinking twice, Silver said. The boys refused to move, and Silver got annoyed, but all the people in their houses ran out. When they noticed Silver might kill the boys, they all pointed weapons at Silver. I have no plans of killing anyone, I only want to move them, so all of you get out of my way, Silver said as he released his aura. The force caused walls to crack and doors to break. Everyone around immediately passed out because of his aura, and he continued on his way to the castle. He turned back to look at the unconscious people, then continued. When they arrived at the castle gate, a formation activated, and a huge crystal golem rose up and attacked Silver. But Silver was too bored to even block. He let the punch hit him, and fine gold shattered from the backlash. This kingdom is boring, Silver said and walked into the castle. He opened the doors and headed for the throne room. When he pushed the door, he saw the king seated with his sword and full armor, but that was not Ilo. It seemed he, too, had taken demon blood, and the amount he took was substantial. His aura had changed, and his body was pulsing rhythmically. Silver Terron, you are a traitor. You lied to us all and tricked us, the king said. Blah blah blah, old man. Honestly, I was waiting until you killed your son and my stupid brother before I destroyed your kingdom, but you just had to go ahead and touch Aaron, my friend. Honestly, that was a ballsy move, and I applaud you for that. But now, you've caused the downfall of your kingdom. As we speak, all the dukes are getting killed or captured, all the major cities are getting torn to shreds. And I am here to finish off the biggest fish in the kingdom, Silver said. You think I'd let you? The king yelled and charged at Silver with all his speed. He stabbed through Silver's chest, and a smile formed on his face, but the afterimage disappeared, and he realized he hadn't really stabbed Silver. He turned around and saw Silver in the throne. Silver looked at him and said, I'm king now, sucker. Silver pointed his finger at him and fired a dark bullet right through the king's head, killing him on the spot. Well, that was anticlimactic, Ares said. Well, I wasn't expecting anything from him, to be honest. His greatest weapon was that black man, and it didn't work out. If he were smart, he would have bought time and sent to other kingdoms for help. Not that it would have changed anything, but that would have been the best route to take, Silver said as he stood up from the throne and walked toward a window. Honestly, I can't be bothered with that kingdom in the first place. But I need a home and a new place to create my dominance. I want to create a place never seen before, while still making it the strongest, he said. All this will attract attention. Even the fact that you have taken over this kingdom will reach the ears of the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. They wouldn't want a Demon King candidate staying in human lands, so for sure they'll come for us, Ares said. Yup, they will come for sure, but they won't come too fast. You see, the issue with large countries and empires is their governance. Everything passes through several people before it is established, so it makes the whole process slow. Even with the veto power of the Emperor or Holy Pope, it will not be fast enough. Another thing that will slow things down is the scale of importance. Where will my issues fall on that scale? It might be the 20th thing, even the 100th thing. So they'll have to handle the most pressing needs until they get to us, and then they'll begin the discussion about what to do with us, which will take time. At the very best, I give it a full year before they fully move against me. Surely they'll send some spies and warnings during that time, but when they'll get really serious is probably a year from now. And that's more than enough time for us to grow too strong for them. Honestly, this estimate is very shaky and could change to half the time depending on certain situations, Silver explained. So our main and current issues are the closest kingdoms. They will surely launch attacks when they get the news. They will want to take advantage of the change in power and use the reluctant human to cause us issues and sabotage us. Then they'll come themselves to finish the job, Ares said. Yeah, you make a lot of sense in that regard. We will have to hold a meeting about this issue. But then, about the humans that were with you, so many of them will not want to stay with a Demon King candidate. And honestly, I don't care. We need space for the kingdom we are going to build. Some of the humans also have nowhere to go, so they'll stay. But it's still possible that they'll sell us out, so we have two options to deal with this situation as best as possible. The first option is to threaten them and be strict, a quick and effective method but not safe for the long run. The second is the show of love method. We make their lives better than they were under the former king. The second method has a lot of issues, like the time required for it to work and the generational enmity against us. These will factor together to make them unreasonable and stubborn, Silver explained. So what method would you be using for handling them? Ares asked. Both of them. For the quick and effective way to handle the short-term issues like the close kingdoms that will attack, we will use force and threats. Then, as we begin to fix the kingdom and develop it, we will slowly start showing them the care and love they want, and all that stuff, Silver explained. And what if it doesn't work? What will you do? Ares asked. I'll kill all of them. It's that simple. Everyone would just die, except for those close to me, and then we will build a kingdom for monsters like ourselves, Silver said calmly. I see. So now that you have finally taken the kingdom, what is your next step? She asked. Taking out the stragglers. I had Lily run a search through the kingdom for any hidden army base or security organization with ties to the kingdom. So now, we will quickly deal with them, taking out every one of them. After that, we will address the kingdom and then immediately begin developing new laws, rules, and all that, Silver explained. I feel the Guardians will be able to handle all of that, Ares stated. Yup, I'll be leaving it with them and you. As for me personally, I'll be going to train, Silver said. Train? Where? What place could you possibly go to that has the resources to train you? Ares asked. I have a place. It's called the Void Labyrinth. I'll tell you more about it on a later date, Silver responded. As they spoke, a portal opened, and Drake walked out with Elsa. Elsa ran and hugged Silver immediately when she saw him. I missed you a lot. You've been gone for almost a day, Elsa said. I've been gone for longer, Elsa, Silver said and patted her head. He looked up at Drake. So what's the status of things? He asked. All the dukes were captured. Their families were allowed to go. We have basically captured the whole kingdom, Drake said. All right, I don't want to kill the dukes. They didn't really do anything to me, so we will seal their mana connections and release them, Silver said. Elsa suddenly looked up. She looked at Silver and spoke. Daddy, Didn't the king have 2 sons and a wife? Where are they? Silver immediately realized he had overlooked that and used his sense to scan for people in the castle. After a few seconds, he found them hidden in a small secret room in the king's bedroom. Up in the sky above the castle where Silver was, a golden eagle with emerald green eyes circled above the clouds. As soon as the king was killed, it shot into the distance with incredible speed. But its presence hadn't gone unnoticed, as Kratos shot into the sky and flew after it at breakneck speed. The eagle saw the wyvern chasing after it and pushed to move even faster, but Kratos was incredibly fast. He picked up speed and was catching up. Kratos fired a stream of purple flames to take out the eagle. The eagle made a quick turn to the side and dodged the flames, but that was exactly what Kratos wanted. As the eagle moved to the side and dodged the attack, it was open in that moment, unable to change direction quickly enough to dodge the second attack. So Kratos slashed with his claws, and 3 claw arcs shot at the eagle, slashing into its wing and damaging it badly. The eagle immediately began to fall, and Kratos dived to catch it, but as he got close, the eagle exploded in his face. The attack was not very lethal, but it was painful, so as Kratos flinched in pain, a golden light shot out of the explosion flames and continued in the direction the eagle had been heading. Kratos shook off the pain and flew after the golden light, accelerating wildly and causing several sonic booms and ripples in the air. He managed to catch up with the light and opened his mouth to swallow it, but as he closed his jaws, the light exploded again, forcing Kratos's mouth open. Another, smaller light shot from the explosion and traveled faster than the other 2 had. By this time, Kratos was royally pissed off. He opened his mouth wide, and a large fireball began forming, which he then compressed. He kept compressing it over and over until the fireball was so dense it weighed his head down, and then he fired it. The fireball traveled at incredible speed despite its weight and soon caught up to the smaller light, and it exploded. The explosion was so large and powerful that it cleared out the clouds in the sky, scorching the buildings and plants below. Kratos flew closer to the spot where it exploded. The air was very hot. He looked around to see if the little light was still there, and when he was sure that it was gone, he turned and flew away. A minute after he flew off, the light surfaced from the ground below and started flying again, only to be suddenly caught inside a thick crystal ball. "Seems your idea for me to turn back was smart," Kratos said to Lily, who was on his back. She was the one who had captured the light in the crystal. "You're just dumb, Kratos. This is a light that kept escaping you, and you thought one flashy attack would kill it? Also, don't use those kinds of attacks carelessly. If you'd gone any stronger with that attack, you could have killed people below." Lily cautioned Kratos. "Sorry, I'll be more cautious," Kratos agreed. Lily nodded and snapped her fingers, teleporting them away. Back inside the castle, Silver walked through the corridors, headed for the king's room and towards the secret room. He used force to open it, and immediately the queen leapt out with a short sword aimed at Silver's throat. Silver simply grabbed her hand, twisted it, and the blade fell to the ground. "Let go of my mother," the king's son said. Silver saw the kid and turned his attention to him. "Hey there, little brat. I'll keep this short and to the point. Your father is dead. I killed him with my own 2 hands. Now I'm taking over everything, and you and mommy have to leave. Now, let me warn you, whatever it is that you're plotting in your mind, stop it, because I'll kill you 100 times before your finger can even flinch. And I don't hold back, even against children," Silver said. The boy stood his ground and looked Silver in the eye. Silver smirked and released some pressure on him, causing the boy to fall to his knees. "Bravery can get you far, but the distance it can take you won't be enough. You need power to back up bravery. So, leave here now with all that anger and rage you have towards me, and as you pass the throne room, look inside and see your father's body. Let that image be drilled into your mind, and let yourself hate me. Let it drive you to dedicate your life to training so that one day, you might come to defeat me. Never forgive me for as long as I live, and hunt me down until the day you die. Take your mother and leave, because by the time 3 minutes are up and you're still here, I'll kill your dream of revenge by killing you," Silver said. He patted the boy on the head and turned to leave. The boy glared at Silver with rage and anger. glancing at the short sword his mother had dropped. "Don't do that, kid. I'm giving you the chance to walk away from all this and be happy with a new life training to kill me. But if you use that blade to attack me, you can kiss your mother goodbye," Silver said and left. The prince looked at his mother, who was still in pain from when Silver twisted her arm. "Mom, I'm going ahead. You can stay here and die if you want." After saying that, he walked out of the room. In his mind, all he could hear was, "Kill Silver, kill him, devour him," and those voices reached his heart, making it all he wanted to do. He may not be able to do it now, but he silently swore that he would get strong enough to take out Silver. The war was settled, and Silver had won a victory by a landslide, completely dominating and winning in only a day, faster than he had anticipated. And that was because of the impatient and crazy king. Now, Silver needed to address the entire kingdom and set things into place. He asked for all the slaves that he rescued to be brought to the capital, and for kingdom-wide communication crystals to be mounted. It took a day, but everything was ready, and he was finally prepared to address the whole kingdom. "I don't want to wear that." Silver, who was in his underwear, dashed out of the king's room, which was now his own. Immediately, he ran out. Dawn chased after him from the room, with Leo and Roxy behind her. He had taken a bath and came out to get dressed and address the kingdom, but when he saw them inside the room, seated and waiting for him with a purple kingly robe, he panicked. "You don't have a choice," Dawn yelled. Silver didn't care, though, as he dashed down the stairs and was about to create a portal, but another portal opened, and Elsa walked out with Lily. Lily and Elsa looked at Silver, then at the three chasing him and the clothes in Dawn's hands, and they immediately knew what was going on. "You have to dress the part," Lily said. She used wind magic to lift Silver into the air, but Silver immediately shot out a shadow tendril and latched onto a corner. He pulled himself toward it and was about to make his getaway. But that was when Elsa moved. She was way faster than he expected. She reached him in an instant, grabbed his hand, and used his momentum against him. She spun him around and slammed him into the ground. "Sorry, Daddy, but I want to see you in the clothes," she said. "Not happening," Silver said. He spawned a clone, and the clone lifted Elsa off him and held her back. Silver continued running, thinking he had gotten away. He tried to take some clothes out of his ring to wear, but suddenly he couldn't move. "What the hell?" Silver asked. "It's called blood control. With your strength, I can hold you at best for 20 seconds, but that's more than enough." Drake appeared in front of Silver. The 20 seconds bought enough time for the others to catch up, but before they could reach him, Silver still broke out. "Fine, fine, I'll wear it," Silver said. He looked at Drake. "But tell me how that blood control worked," Silver asked. "Well, when the young lady Elsa leapt on you, she managed to use her fingers to draw some blood. But because of your healing, you didn't notice a wound. And so she passed the blood to me, and with that, I was able to initiate the move," Drake explained. "All right, that makes sense." "See you all later," Silver said, still planning on running despite his words. But all of them immediately got ready to attack if he moved. Silver knew he could tank their attack, but it wasn't worth the pain. So he gave and dressed in the clothes they picked. It was a fitting black inner shirt and pants, with a purple robe to cover. When he was fully dressed, he headed to the throne room, where the mini transmission crystal was set up. He walked up to it, and the crystal activated. All over the kingdom at that time, holograms of Silver were projected by the crystals for all to see. "Good day to you humans, beasts, beastmen, and all other races. My name is Silver, a Demon King candidate, and as of today, your ruler. Before I move on further, I declare today that the name of No's kingdom will be the kingdom of the Dark Dragon, and I will be its first king. This kingdom will follow the rules set by me, and everyone can live in this kingdom regardless of race. I know many humans hate me for taking over their home and now coming to rule them. But honestly, I don't care what you think for now. It is totally normal for you all to hate me and want to kill me. But I beg that you refrain from such acts, or even being an accomplice to such, because you will be killed. I plan to build this kingdom into the most advanced and captivating place where everyone can benefit, and everyone can live to their fill. But for those of you humans who feel beasts are for the demons, and humans are heroes, To those of you that will hate other races irrationally due to a stigma that has refused to die for many years, better get control of yourself, because you will all be living together now. The kingdom will be shut off from the world, and if you want to leave, please do leave us and go to the human side. But if any of you choose to stay, you better be cautious. If you try to sell us out, you will be executed. To all of you, join me in making Dark Dragon into the greatest kingdom, Silver said. He turned around and whispered into Drake's ear. You know what to do. Kill everyone that chooses to leave this kingdom, a child, adult, old, and young, female and male. Kill them and let Lily handle the bodies. After he finished telling Drake, he walked away from the crystal. The announcement of a new king and a change of governance caused widespread panic, and a whopping 80% of humans started moving, and that 80% were hunted down, one by one, and when night fell, all had been killed. The roads and the forest were covered in blood, and that day would be recorded as the purge. As for those who stayed, they were the poor and sick, the ones who had nothing in this life, and those were the ones Silver actually wanted to stay. He would help their shattered lives and make them see him as their savior. Silver left the castle. He wanted to have some alone time, so he headed into the forest swiftly. As he walked, stepping on sticks along the way, 2 notifications suddenly came in. You have a message from Goddess Ophelia. The pawns of the Great Being are headed your way. Silver immediately drew his sword when he read the second message. He didn't even have the time to read Ophelia's message, as that could wait for now. A portal opened, and Silver expected about 4 or so angels to walk out, but only one emerged. An angel with 6 wings. It held a thick spear, and when it stepped out, it stopped. Even as it stood still, the pressure Silver felt from it was immense. Suddenly, a purple-like shadow spread from the angel's feet and expanded until it reached under Silver. Then, suddenly, the entire place changed. Silver was transported onto a devastated small planet that seemed to have exploded or been destroyed, yet its fragments were frozen in time by some force. What the hell is happening here? Silver asked. He looked at the angel, and to his shock, it was moving. The eyes were open and they were locked on Silver. This had never happened before. The angels never moved when he looked at them. The only explanation was that this place allowed the angel to move freely. The angel flapped all 6 wings and vanished instantly. It appeared behind Silver and sent a powerful stab for his back. Silver spun around as fast as he could and blocked the attack. But the force sent him flying into a suspended rock, which shattered upon impact. He rolled through the ground for a bit before coming to a stop. He got to his feet immediately and used dragon eyes on the angel to see what the stats of the angel looked like. Destroyer of Worlds. All of the stats refused to display, but Silver saw something at the bottom. Destroyer of Worlds. Finally, this place began to make sense. This angel must have the power to destroy worlds, hence the name. That made Silver cautious. He gripped the abyssal blade and summoned 3 clones alone. One transformed into a full dragon form. The second transformed into the Joker of the Abyss, and the last one used the Minotaur's Rage, wielding the axe. With all 4 of them ready, Silver charged at the angel. The angel spun its spear around and stabbed into the void. A powerful spear blast shot out of the tip, spinning like a crazy vortex. It tore through the space as it reached for Silver. Silver and his clones scattered to avoid the attack. The blast hit a floating boulder, turning it into fine sand granules. The angel, seeing it missed, slashed horizontally, firing a massive blade arc at them. Silver stepped forward and slashed down with full force, splitting the blade arc in half and dissipating it. The 3 clones immediately charged forward. After Silver deflected the attack, the dragon flew high above the angel and unleashed a torrent of purple flames. The angel stabbed its spear upwards, countering the flames with a single move. The single stab blasted the flames away. It shot towards the dragon, aiming to stab through its heart. But a card appeared before it, depicting a large flaming meteor. Out of nowhere, the meteor from the card materialized and shot toward the angel at high speed. The weeping angel wasn't flustered though. With one vertical slash, it split the meteor. However, as the meteor's fragments fell, Silver appeared with a fully ignited flaming sword. At the same time, the clone with the axe used dragon wings to approach from behind. The angel had to make a choice, As both were closing in rapidly, sensing more danger from Silver, it decided to handle him first. Using its incredible speed, it darted toward Silver. Silver slashed, and the angel blocked, but the flames on Silver's sword exploded, pushing the angel back just enough for the axe-wielding clone to land a blow on its back. The axe dug deep into the angel's back, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. The angel rose slowly, its expression dark with anger. "I am a soldier from the army of the weeping angels. You lower life forms will not kill me," the angel declared. Its aura erupted like a bomb. It spun its spear and shot toward Silver, its speed reaching level Silver had never seen. It moved so quickly that it appeared as if there were three of it attacking from different directions. But it was an illusion, a trick to confuse Silver. Silver stood watching, his instincts kicking in just in time to dodge a spear aimed for his head. The spear grazed his neck, drawing blood. Silver retreated quickly, trying to plan his next move, but the angel gave him no time to rest. It moved to attack again, but the dragon moved. The dragon clone swooped down to attack the angel with its claws. The angel countered, stabbing its spear and creating a vacuum that exploded when the dragon clone reached it. The clone tried to avoid the vacuum, but its momentum from the dive made it impossible. It entered the vacuum, triggering a sharp explosion that damaged its limbs. The clone roared in pain but didn't stop. It charged the angel again, dodging multiple spear strikes before unleashing a compressed fireball. The angel used its wings to block the fireball, but the explosion pushed it back. Undeterred, it immediately countered with another charge. Silver intercepted the attack, parrying the spear and countering with a stab aimed at the angel's heart. His sword was about to strike when, suddenly, his movements were slowed by 50%. The angel had slowed the time, so it had just enough time to evade the strike. As Silver's speed returned, he gave chase again, with the Joker clone right behind him. They both chased the weeping angel. The weeping angel planted its feet in the ground as it beat the retreat. It spun its spear so fast it sounded like a whip and slashed for Silver's head. Silver ducked low and dodged. The Joker behind threw out a card that summoned an explosive crystal that flew towards the angel. The angel didn't know what the crystal was. He quickly drew his spear back and stabbed the crystal, and it exploded immediately, sending the angel flying. Silver and the clone with the axe charged from the right and the left to flank the angel, while the dragon flew from above to cover the top. The angel understood the plan and knew what would happen if he didn't move out of the way. He spun around midair and stabbed his spear into the ground, blasting some strange energy through the tip. The force blasted him forward with more speed, fast enough to put some distance between them so that he could turn, land, and activate a swift counter. He slashed up with full force, and the ground exploded due to the strange energy. Silver became curious as to what energy this angel was using. It didn't feel like mana, and it felt more potent than mana, but now was not the time to be worried about that. He leapt into the air, same with the other clones, to escape the attack. But the angel was not done. It stabbed into the ground and caused a sonic explosion that spread like a dome. Silver and the clones had to think fast, and his Joker clone pulled a shield card that covered all of them, but even with that, they were still blasted in all directions. Silver managed to land on his feet, and so did the clones. They all took their stances immediately. So far, this was the hardest fight that Silver had been in, the first fight where he had to think deeply about his every move. His minds were all working to come up with solutions as they fought. "It seems there is no way I will be able to win this if I don't go all out. This will be the first time," Silver said. "Let's start with the gates of hell." Immediately after he said that, he slashed his arm, and so did all the clones. The blood poured from them and seeped into the ground, and then the angel felt a sinister vibe. When it turned around, it saw a large gate. Because of Silver's evolution, the gates of hell had advanced as well. The gate now stood at 20 feet tall, oozing dark energy. The gates opened and immediately began pulling the angel in, but the angel fought against it with all that it had, refusing to fall into the gates. "Make sure that it falls into the gate," Silver yelled, and all four of them charged at the angel. They began releasing attack after attack. The angel blocked and parried their attacks, but it was losing focus, and the pull of the gate was now dragging him. "Keep pushing," Silver yelled and slashed with a massive fire arc. The angel blocked it, but it was tipped off balance, and the pull of the gate had a final hold on him, pulling him into the gate. The gates shut after that, but the gates didn't disappear, which meant the angel was still alive inside. Silver expected that would be the case and that the angel would break out of the gates, but it would receive a tangible amount of damage, and that was what Silver wanted. Silver stood back while the three clones stood up front. He was about to ready an attack for the angel when it came out. He shut his eyes tight and began using the special skill of the sword. Enforcing his will, he slowly created what seemed like a domain around them and the gate. His sword lit on fire. The purple flames this time were different. They held onto the sword tightly and didn't spread out from it. He kept his eyes closed as he waited for the angel, and it finally happened. The gates burst open, and the angel slowly walked out, but it was riddled with severe injuries all around and looked close to death. Yet the aura that the angel gave off at this time was something else. It was on a new level. The angel looked up, its eyes glowing with rage, and it vanished in an instant. A second later, it appeared near the dragon. Faster than the dragon could follow, the angel drove a spear right through the head of the dragon, exploding the dragon's head. Silver, who still had his eyes closed, felt the whiplash from the death of his clone, but he kept his concentration. Silver was shocked at the current strength of the angel. It seemed the angel had not gone all out all this time. The angel had most likely seen Silver as something it could crush easily, but the opposite happened. Now the angel was going all out like it was crazy. The angel immediately charged for the clone with the axe, but the Joker intercepted and pulled a card. Before the Joker could activate the card, the angel was already behind him. It stabbed the Joker through the heart from the back. The last clone took this opportunity to make a move, but the angel was already in front of him. The angel decapitated the clone without pause. Finally, Silver opened his eyes. He smiled and spoke to the angel. "You should have shown your true strength from the get-go. Maybe then you would have stood a chance at winning. Honestly, I'm shocked because each one of the clones had a base strength 10 times mine, yet you killed them with such ease. Sadly, you should have come for me the original first," Silver said and moved his sword. That movement alone made the space inside the domain he created start twisting and rumbling. The angel could tell that if Silver finished his attack, it would die. It immediately shot towards Silver. But the will enforced by Silver made it impossible for the angel to reach him. "Enforcing my will to destroy," Silver yelled and slashed his sword, and everything went silent. A light as bright as the sun shined. The bright light spread all over and devastated the already destroyed planet, also consuming the angel as well. "You have killed a weeping angel. You have gained 5000 SP, x10. You have leveled up 100 SP. Silver finally killed it. He had spent so much energy to kill that angel and had even sustained serious damage for the first time in a while. Silver fell on his butt, tired and exhausted, his breathing haggard and forced. As he sat there on the shattered world, he suddenly felt a great pressure on him. He looked up quickly and saw a figure in the distance. It was an 8-winged weeping angel. It released so much energy and aura that Silver could not breathe. His heart rate increased, and he started sweating. Why does it feel like I am about to die right now? Why does it feel like that angel could kill me in one move? Silver asked himself. He tried to stand up, but the pressure increased several-fold, slamming him into the ground. Silver couldn't believe that this angel suppressed him with only pressure. How large was the difference in their strength that would enable this? "I fail to see why the generals asked us to take you down, you puny human. You may have managed to kill a 6-winged, but he was of the lowest level of 6-wing, sir, a newly evolved 6-wing. If it had been anyone higher with more experience, you would have died. This dimension is vanishing since the owner is dead, hence I can't kill you. But in due time, your head will be taken to the Great One." The angel spoke from a distance, and Silver heard it. A portal formed behind the angel, and it went in. When the portal closed, Silver could finally breathe well. The dimension vanished, and he returned to the forest, laying on the ground. He sat up and dragged himself to a tree. He sat there for a bit, processing the fight and everything that had happened. He came to realize every day that there was a bigger story outside this world, and he was yet to finish the issues of this world, yet he was engaging in things beyond. Well, whatever happens, I'll be ready for it. I'll get strong enough to deal with all the issues. Silver recalled that he had received a message from Ophelia, so he checked it there. Some information on the Weeping Angels. Your next task. Silver was shocked to see that Ophelia had managed to send him information on the Weeping Angels. They were his biggest threat, and Ophelia knew that. Silver wondered what methods she used to bypass order. He decided that he would read the task first. Then, he would read the information on the Weeping Angels. Congratulations for completing all tasks so far. As usual, the information I can pass to you is limited, but at the very least, I can tell you a bit more than before. Now that you are stronger, you are closer to godhood, and the time for discussions that order allows me to have with you is a bit deeper than before. Now about the continuation of your task. The Emperor, you have to lay a very strong foothold in the Empire and watch them, or else they might end the world. The message ended there, and Silver read the last one with a bit of understanding as to why the Empire would cause the end of the world. The Empire was carrying out reckless experiments with powers they knew nothing about. An example was the synthetic demon blood. I guess I'll have to start making moves soon, Silver said. He went ahead to check the information on the Weeping Angels. The Weeping Angels are a race created by the powerful being to serve its selfish purpose of becoming more powerful. Weeping Angels are neither alive nor dead. They exist on a spectrum that no other race can. They are well versed in speed attacks and can cover great distances in split seconds. They are statues when looked at, yet they are indestructible in that state. But when backs are turned to them, they move very fast and end the enemy. Their power level can be roughly estimated using the wings on their backs. The higher the number, the more powerful they are. A two-winged angel is regarded as the foot soldier, the weakest of the angels. A four-winged angel is several times stronger than the two-winged. You would need about 22 winged to take down a four-winged. After the four-winged comes the six-winged, known as the captains. Their strength is truly recognized. Beyond them is the eight-winged, the elites that only move under the direct orders of the generals, the 10-winged. And the last angel, known as the primordial weeping angel, is one of the first of the 12-winged angel, the only one who speaks directly to the Even within these levels, there still exists massive power differences due to the time and experience gathered in that level. What a set of terrifying beings. So there exist more above that 8-winged angel at 10 and 12. If they had come for me, I would have ended up dead for sure. There's no sugarcoating that, Silver said. He got back on his feet with a determined expression. He had to get stronger. He had to get strong enough to take out the being that was sending pawns against him. Silver was about to head back to the castle, but a portal opened in front of him, and Amber leapt through it, grabbing Silver in a hug and pushing him to the ground. Silver looked confused. He looked at who had jumped on him, and when he saw Amber, he immediately moved to remove her, but her arms held him tight. What the hell are you doing here, and how did you find me? Silver asked. She let out a little giggle and spoke. Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Forget it, Silver said and turned his head away. No fair, you haven't seen me for a long time, and you can't even give me a kiss? Amber asked. I'm still a child, and also I don't want to let you just have my first kiss like that, Silver said. Amber let out an evil smile. Hoo, so I can be your first kiss? She said with shining eyes. Hell no, not happening, Silver said. He transformed into his full dragon form. Mava held onto his back still, but he transformed back to normal immediately. Because of that, she fell from the height. Though she landed on her feet, she still pouted due to the fact that Silver pulled off that stunt. Will you tell me how you found me exactly? Silver asked again. Fine. When we first met, I placed a very good tracker on you that allows me to find you anywhere, Amber said. What the hell? How are you able to put a tracker on me without me knowing? That should be very impossible. I'm very conscious about my body, Silver asked. This is a special one that only I can create. It uses my touch. As long as I touch you, I set the tracker and can track you anywhere, she said while smiling. Get it off me, Silver said. Nope, I won't. I need to know where you are all the time. Now, let's go somewhere private, where all those whores will not find us, Amber said. Do not call them whores. I chose them to be around me, unlike you who forced me, Silver said and started walking. She ran up to him and wrapped her hand around his tightly while leaning her head on his shoulder. It doesn't matter, even if they are still with you, I'll make myself the only person you will be able to look at, Amber assured. I doubt that. Now, tell me why you are here, Silver said. Well, I started missing you but decided to come. But there's more to it than that. I was sent to you by the Demon Kings. They sent a message to you. You will see it when we arrive. But first, I'll tell you all that happened so far. When we arrived back, Aqua reported what happened to the Demon Kings, and a long deliberation started about you and what to do with you. You are an anomaly of sorts, something that would not normally exist. It's unheard of for a Demon King candidate to be born in the human world. This is the first, so it brought a whole lot of issues to the table. Aqua tried his best to make them see you as a threat that needed to be contained. But I came to find out about what he said, and I spoke to the Demon Kings and told them the truth. So after all that, they decided that they would send me to be the one to monitor your actions for the time being. They understand your want for independence, and as long as you don't become a threat, they are willing to let you live a free life until the blood moon, Amber explained. I don't need their permission. I only listen to one person, and her instructions are what I follow because she was the one who allowed me to have the life I am currently living, Silver said. It's a woman. A woman? Who is she? Tell me. Is it a new one that I am yet to know about? Amber asked, pulling Silver's arm. Stop pulling my arm, and no, I won't tell you about her. She's not a love interest, but more a guardian to me. She has saved my life a lot of times, and I owe her a lot. Unlike one lady that jumps on me and tries to kiss me even when I am underaged, Silver said and glanced at Amber. She pointed but didn't say anything. So will any of the Demon Kings be coming to see me anytime soon? Silver asked. That's possible, though I doubt it. At the end of the day, you are only still a candidate. But if you begin to make grand moves, they will definitely move, Amber said. Oh, grand moves like taking over a kingdom? Silver asked with a smile. Wait, you didn't do that, did you? She asked. I did. We are returning to the castle now. I killed the king, arrested all the dukes, and took over the whole thing. Now that you are here, you can even join me later to go and pass the final verdict on all the dukes. It will be fun, Silver said. I'm still stuck on the fact that you took over a whole kingdom. How does that even happen? Amber asked. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it later, but for now, let's head back and see the message that you said was sent for me. When Silver arrived at the castle with Amber holding his arm, a silent war began, and Silver could feel the rumbling. So he tried to calm things down by bringing up a discussion. Amber said the Demon Kings have sent a message for me, so let's check it, Silver said and looked at Amber. Amber pulled out a crystal from her ring and placed it on the ground. The crystal glowed and then started a projection. A being appeared in the projection of Fenrir. This was the first time Silver had seen any. Her fur was white as snow with blue streaks flowing from head to tail. Her eyes were crystal blue and very beautiful to look at. When she saw Silver and the others, she transformed into a human form, which was as beautiful as her real form, with blue and white flowing hair. Silver was shocked to see that she was capable of transformation, but he didn't say anything. I figured this form would be better to speak to you, Silver, she said, her eyes going to Silver. Silver didn't know how she knew him exactly, but he didn't say anything. He just watched. I am Elaine, one of the current Demon Kings. I was nominated to be the one that would speak to you. I've been waiting for Amber to deliver the crystal so that we can have our talk. It is a pleasure to meet the person that made Aqua enraged, Elaine said. Is Aqua someone you care about? Silver asked. Not at all. In my eyes, he is only a candidate, and that is the only value that he has. Without that, he wouldn't even be a being worth talking to. Sure, he has good potential, but looking at you right now, he pales in comparison. The fact that a Demon King is looking at you, and you are capable of hiding your true strength from her, speaks volumes. You are not a normal dark dragon, are you? Even dark dragons do not have such growth rates as he reported you to have. I'm sure there's a lot about you, but I can't pry for now. I have to pass on the message to you. The Demon Kings have decided that, for now, you are not to be considered a threat, and they will only observe your growth and actions in the future. We believe that your presence might bring some unknown changes to the equilibrium that has existed, though it is only a speculation. Still, you are a Demon King candidate staying in human territory. We can't allow them to have you and destroy the balance. We believe you are able to take care of yourself, but Amber is there with you to help and to also report in case there's anything that needs our intervention. That's basically all that I have to tell you. Is there anything you'd like to ask or add? Elaine asked. Nope. All I have to say is that I don't need you guys to watch over me. I don't plan to be under anyone, Demon Kings or heroes. I'll do my own thing when I want and how I want. All you have to do is watch, because if you choose to intervene, you'll become my enemies regardless. I have my own personal mission and task, and because of that, I will not be taking any instructions from you or the Demon Kings, Silver said. Elaine had a shocked expression when she heard him, but it soon shifted into a smile. I see, so you are a crazy one. It's been a while since things were stirred up. I believe you'll be doing a lot of that, Dark Dragon. I think cool dark dragons are like that. Based on history, the first Dark Dragon also caused a lot of issues during his time, Elaine said. It was then that Silver realized something. How did they know he was a Dark Dragon? How did you find out that I was a Dark Dragon? Silver asked. I know that Aqua and Amber know I'm a dragon, but I never told them what type exactly, Silver said. Well, you see, the Demon Kings have always been informed about Dark Dragons because of how powerful they were. So even Elsa, we have known about her for a while. What do you mean that you have been aware of Elsa? Silver asked. That's nothing to be worried about. The Dark Dragons have always been in touch with the Demon Kings, but for some reason, Elsa's mother never allowed her to contact us. However, we knew about Elsa, and judging by the fact that you and Elsa give off the same energy, it's easy to know that you are a Dark Dragon, Elaine explained. I'll take your explanation, but with a grain of salt, Silver said. That's more than enough. I'll leave you now. I do hope that you'll be on good terms with us in the future, Elaine said, and the connection was cancelled. It seems the Demon Kings are more informed and powerful than we expected, Drake said. How come you never told me that the Salt Dragons have been in connection with the Demon Kings? Silver turned and asked Drake. Because we never knew. There was no way any of the Dark Dragons that lived before would tell us anything about such. We were merely guardians. Our importance was not that high. The only time we were treated well and as partners was during the time of Elsa's mother, Elsa, and then you. Dragons are innately prideful, and the most prideful are the Darkness Dragons. They view all life as nothing beneath them. There's a reason why you make decisions without flinching. You can eradicate thousands of them without care. And that reason is your dragon blood. It heavily suppresses any signs of weakness, as a dragon can't have that at all. Drake spoke. Alright, that makes sense. We shouldn't dwell on the message we received. The most important thing for us is to start building our kingdom. I have lots of things that I have thought about and am ready to discuss with you. So everyone that is here, head to the council room of the castle, Silver said. The council room was a room that much resembled a classroom, with Silver sitting at the front and everyone facing him. It was used to hold high-level considerations and discussions for the betterment of the kingdom. It was a very impressive room, and Silver wondered why it was not built elsewhere as a building of its own. As they were about to move, Amber ran to Silver. Can I come, Silver? She asked pleadingly. You work for the Demon Kings. I don't think I want you listening in on my plans, Silver said. But I love you, and love goes over all that. If you ask me to stay quiet, I wouldn't utter a word to them, Amber said. They could exile you for betrayal, you know that, right? Silver said. Then I'll come and stay with you. I think that would be even better, she said. Fine, do whatever you want, Silver said and left. When all the guardians, siblings, friends, Dawn, Galen, Fang, and the forcefully included demon candidate Amber were seated, the meeting could start. The only people that weren't here were parents, because why would he let that emotional lot come here? The things he had begun doing were out of the realm of normal, and it churned their stomachs every time, even though they knew he had to do it. He was tired of seeing the forced smiles on their faces all the time. Silver took his seat facing everyone. He cracked his knuckles and then spoke. "Welcome, everyone, to the first official meeting of the Dark Dragon Kingdom. There's a lot I'd like to explain to you, discuss with you, and also tell you. Firstly, in all honesty, the takeover of this kingdom was rushed due to certain reasons, anger being the most crucial one. I had wanted it to be a slow and well thought out plan, and though we won, we still suffered some casualties, lives lost before they could see what they fought for. But their sacrifices have allowed us to sit in this room without any issues at all. At first, I was taking my time, plotting the takeover with well-detailed plans and planting the needed people. Like, for instance, not many of you know this, but I started a mercenary group, and they were handled by Dawn. They grew to become a big deal in a short time. They were supposed to be the soldiers I'd brainwash and use against the kingdoms, though they are dissolved and most of them fled to another kingdom. Though we won this, we are still a very disorganized and small group, and so we have to fix that early. So I had a discussion with the two smartest minds in the kingdom, Drake and Lily. With their help now, we drafted what we will be doing. Now I'll read the first document we compiled concerning the population and the amount of space we have, Silver said, and pulled out a group of papers. He placed them on his desk and began reading from them. According to data, our kingdom has over 15 small towns, with each one capable of holding up to 500 people and 1,000 for the bigger ones. That may not seem like a big number, but when added together, we have a population that hits 10,000 from the small towns alone. The kingdom is not a very large one, and so this is already a big number, to be honest. Then we look at major cities. There are 6 major cities, the capital excluded, and each of those cities holds a range of 5,000 to 15,000 people. Putting all that together brings us close to 80 or 90,000 people. Due to the war and everything, the exact details have been lost. Also, the humans have left, so we can't count, and it would be a hassle to start a full calculation to get the real number. Hence, we will use the estimates. Now, all this brings us close to a number of 100,000 in population, of people ranging from different works and spheres of life. The next is the capital. It alone housed over 30,000 people due to the size and opportunities that filled the capital. So this brings us to a total of 130,000 in estimated population for this kingdom across the board. Now, we lost more than 80% of the population, and that leaves us with about 20,000 people spread throughout the kingdom. And then we have the slaves and the beasts from the labyrinth. This brings us to about 30,000. Now, this is relatively small for a kingdom, so we can't utilize all the land space that we have for keeping people. So what I'd like to do is extend the capital, making it capable of easily holding 50,000 people. And then we will move all citizens into the capital. We don't need to be so spread out if we are so few in number. To that end, I'll begin to talk about the innovations and remodeling we will be doing. The capital will have a wall, at the very least 20 feet tall, heavily reinforced with magic and high-quality materials. Those materials can be found inside the labyrinths in the kingdom, the mines, and the rest. We will prioritize the safety of everyone first, making sure that they are secure in this new capital. The wall will be the first line of defense for the capital, but that does not mean we will abandon the rest of our lands. We will get to that soon. But housing in the capital comes first. As of now, there is no working person in the kingdom at all. Jobs have been dissolved, and some buildings take up more space than they are worth. Such buildings were erected by rich nobles for no good reason, and we don't need that. They are a waste of space. I know it sounds like too much to tear down every house in the capital, but we will not be tearing all of them. Only houses that are deemed useless and a huge consumption of space. As for those who don't have a house, they will have one built by the new government. But these houses will not come free, as you will have to sign a labor contract. In the future, there will be jobs and occupations created by the kingdom. All those who have taken a house and signed a labor contract must receive one job, and if there were 2 who signed for one house, then the 2 of them will take jobs. From the wages, 10% will be cut every time to pay for the base cost of building their house. That's besides their bills and taxes. Wouldn't that cause them to have little after paying the 10% and also paying taxes? Aaron asked. A good question, but you don't have to worry, as there will also be a minimum wage scheme in place that ensures a worker, regardless of the job, will get paid the minimum wage. The minimum wage would be a calculated and well-deliberated amount that will allow a person, even with a family of 3 or 4, to live comfortably, Silver explained. Then wouldn't the government go broke? We would have to generate more than we spend, and that will be hard in the starting years, Aaron pointed out. Indeed, but to battle that, I already talked out certain plans with Drake and Lily. For the first few years, the kingdom will be working strictly on a government-controlled market. We will not be allowing any privately owned businesses for the beginning years. The kingdom must have a major share and control over every business. And everybody will be working under a wage. I know this may not sit well with many who want to spread out and become tycoons, but it will only be for a while. The reason I chose to make this setup is simple. All the money stays in circulation, and the losses are reduced. Sure, due to things like development and other factors, there might still be losses, but they are limited, and our reserve can keep us until things stabilize. Now, there can be no one hungry since prices are kept low and subsidized for the people, and with the minimum wage, they'll be able to survive easily, Silver said. This time Leah raised her hand and spoke. You made mention of the fact that the minimum wage will be effective for a family of 4. Then what of bigger families? She asked. Well, I'd like to assume that such families have at least 1 or 2 people that are above the age of 14, besides the head of the house. And so they should also be able to look for a job that fits them and earn money to help. This offer is also for men and women, as everyone is capable and there's always something anyone can work on, Silver replied. I understand then, but now, can you tell us about these jobs? It will be very hard to create jobs for 30,000 people of diverse races, Leah said. No, it's easier than you think. The range of jobs never ends. We have teachers, caretakers, accountants, hunters, adventurers, painters, builders, magicians, knights, farmers, tammers, and a whole lot more. Not to talk about the fact that we will be entering an age of industrialization and magic. Before you ask me what that is, I'll go ahead to explain. Industrialization is when activities become mechanized. For example, games they are products of magical industrialization. So imagine having metal golems where people can enter and carry out heavy jobs without being trained or being mages. This mechanism will enable faster construction and better aid the security of the kingdom, Silver explained. Is all that even possible? Mike asked. It is. It will be a new innovative age. In this world, it sounds impossible, but I'm the boy that rose to the level of capturing a kingdom before he turned 13. Not to brag, but if I say it's possible, then it definitely is. But to get there, you'll need labor, and that opens jobs up for people. So on the matter of jobs, that's completely handled. Now, before we move further, are there any questions or additions? Silver threw open the opportunity for input, and hands were raised to speak. He chose Quinn to speak first. I was thinking, the concepts you want to initiate to most kingdoms must have had such ideas in the past, yet they were unable to carry them out, Quinn said. Before I answer your question, where is Lynn's ward now? I haven't seen her since the whole war stuff happened, Silver said. Oh, she is in Ribest. She managed to get her family and even her noble father to stay and believe in you. I was initially panicked that she would leave after discovering the truth, but everything worked out well, Quinn replied. Phew, that's good, Silver said in relief. If she had left with her family, then she would have died during the purge. Silver was not there to watch, so he would have never known if she was killed that night. It seemed her love for Quinn was real enough for her to abandon her own kingdom. Alright, now to the point you brought up. I'll talk about how it won't be an issue for us. Currently, we can't buy anything anywhere because we are enemies to all the kingdoms now. So, import and export are completely frozen. We will have to be self-sufficient, but that is not an issue. In the Dark Dragon Library, There is an almost limitless number of resources, gathered over 1,000 years. These resources span from crystals to ores, to coins, and to very valuable information. It's so large that even if we throw away the plan I spoke of before to keep money flowing, we would still have resources. But that is beside the point. The point is that we have enough resources to pull it off. Secondly, the brains. We have Lily, basically the smartest mind in our kingdom. And then there is Drake here. As a vampire, he personally engineered all the gear that allows him to move under the sun. And they are very effective, allowing him to move without hindrance and do things at full power. That is indeed genius. There are still more like Harissa. She may not show it, but she is very smart. With such minds working together and with my guidance, we will be able to pull it off, Silver concluded, confident he had answered all the questions on the matter. The next issue that arose was security and defense. As of now, they had no real army, and they had to build one. All right. The next issue is on the matter of security. Everyone in this room has evolved or is near evolution. We may all be strong, but we will not always be able to fight all the enemies that come for the kingdom. We will be turning 2 of the major cities into military academy cities. They will bolster a setup to train the elites that will fight for the kingdom, are well trained and well equipped. I plan for us to give them the highest possible training and facilities. We may not be great in numbers, but I want us to have the highest quality of soldiers that this world has ever seen. We will be investing a huge chunk of resources into the army and ensuring we produce the best. The 2 military cities will be close to each other because I want them to have a competitive atmosphere against themselves. The only reason I want only 2 academies is that we don't have the numbers for more. Simple. Moving on from the military aspect, we have a lot more to discuss. Silver. An enemy force of 2,000 just entered the city borders, are mostly a ground force, but there are some beast riders. Lily suddenly spoke up. Have they entered, or is this your ability to see the future? Silver asked. I didn't use my abilities, I was just sensing from the beacons I set up, she replied. I see. Then can you tell which kingdom's crest they have on their armors? It has to be a bigger kingdom if they can easily throw a force of 2,000 towards us on the first attack, Silver said. Taking all that into consideration, the only kingdom in that direction capable of such would be Aragon. They are known for taking impulsive action. If they got word of the kingdom takeover, they would be the ones to attack first, Lily said. Silver had known that even with the purge and all actions taken, word would still go out, but he never expected it to be this fast. It seemed someone was able to slip under the radar. Silver might have eyes and ears everywhere in the kingdom, but that didn't mean he was incapable of slip-ups. After all, he was only human. Even Amber was able to place a tracker on him, and he still couldn't find it. He made a mental note to ransack his body later and find that tracker. Alright, Aragon wants to take advantage of the instability after the switch in power, but that is fine. I personally want to make them suffer as our first victims. The humans aren't ready to fight, and the same goes for the slaves we freed. So that leaves us with the Labyrinth army. What I want to do is bait them. I want to capture as many of the soldiers as possible. So, Quinn, Mike, Dawn, Galen, you 4 will be leading an army of 500. This army is not meant to win, but you are also not allowed to lose soldiers. But in order to bait the enemy, we have to make it look like they are winning. So, 100 soldiers from this army will not be real. They will be clones made by me and will be transformed to fit in. Those 100 will take the front line. I can hold the clones up for an hour or so with my current mana. That's a rough estimate. So, what the clones have to do is die at the beginning of the fight. When they die, you, the leaders, get scared and call for a retreat. Phase 1 complete. The enemy will surely give chase when they see you retreating. Your target is to run in a way that gives them the idea they will catch up. All you have to do is make it to the town closer. You will be given the exact location. That town can hold the whole army that it will chase you. When they enter the town or get within proximity, it's game over for Thema. That is phase 2. While you are doing that, we will have evacuated anyone in that town. Then, the Guardians, the others, and I will follow and set a full barrier over the town. The barrier will be fully unbreakable, and it will serve as the prison that traps the enemies. That will be phase 3, and that is where the plan gets nice. I will be inside that dome with the enemies, with a recording crystal following me. The receiving crystal will be sent to Aragon by Drake. We will use the 2,000 people as bait. We will make demands, and every time they fail to do what we say, I'll hunt down 10 or 20 soldiers and kill them," Silver said with a sick smile on his face. "I doubt the king will yield that easily," Drake said. "I know he will attack again through other methods, but we will deal with all that as well." The army led by Galen, Dawn, Quinn, and Mike headed for the enemy army. They used a portal to get to the town near the border so they would know its location. From there, they marched toward the enemy army to initiate the plan. When they came in contact with Aragon's enemy, they immediately charged at them, and the Aragon enemy did the same, wanting to crush the small army of 500. In less than 50 minutes, the Aragon enemy was massacring the Dark Dragon army with loud laughs and joyous roars. But when they were close to killing 100, Galen yelled out, "Fall back!" With his shout, the army turned around and started running away. The Aragon army was elated when they saw these their enemies were wimps. They would take them all out like a hunting game. So, they gave chase fiercely, laughing as they ran, slowly catching up to the army. After 5 minutes of chasing, they shockingly hadn't killed a single soldier, so they started speeding up. The town appeared, and the Dark Dragon army ran into it. The Aragon soldiers saw no issue with following them in. In their minds, the Dark Dragon army was weak and wimpy monsters. They didn't even think of the possibility that it was a trap. So, they all charged in, and when they were all within range, a dome suddenly formed over the town. To their shock, they didn't see a single member of the army that had run inside. Suddenly, they heard a voice echo throughout the town. "Welcome, all of you, to my personal death game for fun," Silver said. When Drake saw that the dome was fully established, it was his turn. He had memorized the route to the capital of Aragon. After calculating, he estimated it would take 5 minutes to get there at his top speed. He launched out like a bullet. The sonic boom caused the ground to explode, forming a crater. His speed was so fast that wherever he passed by, it seemed like he was causing ripples in space. Within 2 minutes, he had arrived at Aragon. But his target was the capital, so he continued running. In almost 5 minutes, he arrived at the gates of the capital and bolted through. Nothing from their security could even detect him. He easily made it to the castle. The doors were shut, but he blasted through and ran into the throne room. Luckily, the king was there, a barbaric-looking man with a thick beard and tan skin. The king wore armor rather than royal robes. The moment Drake stopped in the throne room, he gave a fright to everyone present. But the king, a serious warrior, immediately pulled out a massive sword and took a fighting stance. The guards pulled their swords and pointed them at Drake. The whole air became tense, and everyone stared at the intruder in their throne room. "Calm yourselves. I am a messenger from the Dark Dragon Kingdom, the one you sent your soldiers to. My master and king have asked me to show you this." Drake pulled out the crystal, placed it on the ground, and it projected Silver holding an arrogant soldier by the neck. "What the hell is this?" the king roared. "The current situation." "But my master will explain more," Drake said. "Thank you, Drake. The connection is set, so I can talk now." "King of Aragon, whatever your name is, all 2,000 men that you sent to us have been captured. I'll start killing them one by one if you don't meet my demands." "Oops, I forgot to tell you who I am. I am the Demon King candidate and king of the Dark Dragon Kingdom." "Back to what I was saying, their lives are in your hands," Silver said, and crushed the neck of the guard, killing him instantly. "I will reach out to you with the first demand in an hour. So, all of you, sit down and wait," Silver said, and turned off the connection. The king of Aragon was already seething with rage. He pointed at Drake and yelled, "Capture that man now!" The guards moved to capture Drake, but he smirked. He stomped on the floor, causing the marble to explode and scatter in all directions. Then, he moved and knocked out all the guards. When the dust settled, the king saw all his guards on the ground. The king roared in anger and leapt into the air, his sword glowing red as he slashed down. But Drake used only a finger to block it. He smiled at the shocked king and vanished. After they informed the king of Aragon, Drake returned and Silver waited for an hour like he promised. Then he initiated contact with the king again, and it seemed that everyone was already waiting for him in the throne room. Silver smiled when he saw this, and then he began his demand, and one could easily know how unreasonable Silver could be. "I want you to hand over your best martial techniques, the one the king uses," Silver said. His reason for asking was not to make trouble, or anything like that. He had made his research into Aragon, and he knew that they had good martial arts. Sure, he had a ton of his own, but those were written by dragons. Only those that became elites would learn them. But he could use that from Aragon as a foundation builder for his army. "How dare you, you brat! I will have your head!" The king roared in anger. There was no way he could hand over something like that to an outsider and enemy. "It seems you don't understand it yet. I am not human. I don't care about your men," Silver said. He dashed into the open, where some arrogant soldiers were seated, evidently stressed out. They had all tried to break the dome they were trapped in, but they couldn't. When they saw Silver, they became enraged, seeing an enemy. They all took their blades and charged blindly at Silver, over 20 of them. Silver smiled and took a simple fighting stance without a weapon. The first soldier got within range. Silver stepped forward and dodged the sword thrust. He drove his fist into the chest of the soldier and it came out of the other side. Silver pulled his hand out with speed. He dodged the next attack and grabbed the wrist of the soldier. He used the soldier like a whip to hit another soldier. The force he used caused the arm of the first soldier to be ripped out. But he caught the body before it could fly away. He grabbed the second arm and still used the body like a whip on the same soldier, and also ripping the second arm of the first soldier. He held onto the arm he ripped out and used to attack the other soldiers. The force in his attacks made necks spin in wrong angles, killing them in an instant. When he was finished, the ground was littered with bodies and blood. And at the center was Silver covered in blood. He smiled and looked at the crystal that was following him. "I'm not done yet, you know," he said, and transformed, shooting up into the air, using his perfect sight to spot a group of soldiers again. He let out a stream of flames and burned all of them into ashes. When he finished, he flew back down and transformed back. "You wanted war, right? Now you get what you want," Silver said. 10 minutes. "I'll contact you in 10 minutes, so make your choice," Silver said and disconnected. "That went well," Silver said and walked into a building and sat down. "System, stats," he called out. He had some stat points that need distribution, so he thought now would be a good time. "Name, Silver, evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%, Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 5 million. EXP, 10,000. 1 million. SP, 2 million. Level, 2, Evolved. Strength, 30,000. Defense, 30,000. Speed, 30,000. Agility, 30,000. Intelligence, 35,000. Free stat points, 58,240. He had gathered over 50,000 stat points, so he can finally distribute and get his next power increase. He decided to add 10,000 to each one, and then dunk the remaining 8,000 into intelligence. Because now he was going into more mind games against a lot of new enemies, so he needed a faster processing mind. Strength, 40,000. Defense, 40,000. Speed, 40,000. Agility, 40,000. Intelligence, 53,240. Free stat points, 0. With each increase, Silver was getting closer to becoming stupidly strong. He couldn't wait for the day he would meet the heroes and demon kings. After assigning the stats, Silver got up. He wanted to meet up with Drake to discuss the wall, but he had to contact the King of Aragon in 10 minutes. So, he did what he always did. He dropped a clone and left the dome. When he stepped out, Drake was already there. "Master," Drake greeted with a bow. With the help of widespread teleportation, every citizen has been teleported into the capital and temporal housing is being made available. Your brother's fiancé Tilda copyright he and that girl Faye are pretty good with government and management. They have managed to take control of everything and are doing pretty well. Their parents are also assisting, seeing they are also nobles. But they are trying to not do too much to not anger you. Drake gave Silver an update of what was happening. "All right, It's nice that everything is going well, but we have to start extending the capital. The first operation is to bring down the current wall. Contact Elsa and have them ensure that no one is near the walls. Silver said. All right, Master. Drake said. He immediately passed on the message telepathically to Elsa. Silver transformed into his dragon. Climb on, Drake, Silver said, and Drake climbed on his back. Silver shot into the air towards the capital. His speed was staggering, faster than when Drake was running. They arrived at the capital in a minute. Silver landed just outside the capital. He transformed human and asked Drake to tell him when they had moved everyone from the wall. After 5 minutes, Elsa told them they were good to go. So Silver took out his sword. I'll demolish in this direction, you go the other way, Silver said. Drake nodded and created a blood sword. They nodded at themselves at the same time and blasted off. They stabbed their swords into the walls as they ran, their sword coated in mana, making it explosive. They demolished the entire wall in seconds, meeting at the opposite side of where they started. The King of Arrogance sat on his throne, the anger in him evident. He was breathing hard, and his fists were tightly clenched. His council and nobles were all scared to talk, as they looked at him, waiting to see what he would do. That brat. I want his head, I want his head, the king said, slamming his hand down on the throne and cracking it. How dare he kill my men? How dare he disrespect me like this? The king said in anger. One of the councilmen gathered the courage to speak. My lord, we were the ones that attacked first, and that makes this a legal war, and what they are doing now is part of the war. None of our men have tried to surrender, so that means they are still warriors in war. Surely the king of that kingdom wants to spite you and make you enraged, and it is working to his advantage. We have to take a step back and think. We have realized that our enemies are not as weak and disoriented as we expected them to be. They are smart and evidently have some powerful people among them. To be able to trap an army of 2,000, they must have expected them and laid out the trap. That makes us know that we aren't dealing with careless people. I knows that our method of attack has always been to force through everything with superior power. But it seems we have met an enemy capable of countering this method. So what we need to do is step back and plan. If not, we will lose 2,000 men. Even with our forces, losing 2,000 men will be a very heavy blow to us, the man said. You mean to say that I am unable to manage my men? The king asked in anger. No, not at all. Why would I dare say that? What I am saying is that if we spend a little time thinking things through and lay out a solid plan, we might be able to save more men that way and also take down our enemies along the way, the man said. The king walked up to him with heavy steps and looked the man dead in the eyes. Do you have a plan? The king asked. The man could hardly breathe with the king's overbearing aura pressing down on him. Yes, I do. I have a plan. It may take a little time and resources, but I believe we can pull it off, the man said. Fine, tell us, the king said as he returned to his throne. The man let out a deep sigh of relief. My king, if we were to use the Wyvern army to attack, it would be far better. If we send out the whole Wyvern army and they flew above the clouds, we would be invisible. From up there, we swoop down and cause havoc all around. By then, our best men would have come close to that town and started breaking the dome from the outside. The enemy will be focused on trying to stop the Wyvern army while we release the men. When the men are released, that would mean we have extra forces to push more. We can then push with the soldiers and fight alongside the Wyvern army, taking down the enemy with such force. The man finished his plan, and it made a lot of sense to all of them. The king groaned, stroked his beard, and kept groaning. This plan actually seems decent. I believe it might work now that I think about it, the king said. Send word to the Wyvern army and make them ready to fly out in 1 hour. We must move fast because we are losing my men every few minutes. I can't allow the enemy to take out my army like that. You are all dismissed. Go and make our win happen, the king said. Everyone got up, bowed their heads to the king, and left the hall. After everyone left, the king stood up and walked to a door to the left of the throne. He walked through the door and then took a turn into another door that started leading downwards. As he passed, the torches on the walls started lighting up. He walked with a steady pace and got to a metal door. He took out a key and unlocked the door. He went in, and at the center was a sword on a platform. The sword was very large and one-edged, pulsing with purple veins. The man walked close to the platform and looked at the blade. The glow of the sword shined in his eyes, and his arm stretched out to touch the blade. He held the handle, and his head shot back immediately. His eyes glowed purple, and his veins bulged with the purple color. He began shouting like he was in pain, but the shout shifted to laughter. After a minute or so, he let go of the blade. His breathing was heavy, and he let out a laugh again, his eyes still glowing. He finally calmed down and walked out of the room, shutting the door and locking it with the key. Inside the quiet room of the sword, a high-frequency sound filled the air. From the blade of the sword, a grotesque eye popped out. It looked around for a bit, then focused on the door for a while before disappearing into the blade again. The king walked out and headed back into the throne room. He took his seat, feeling all-powerful and refilled. The sword had been a source of growth for him. Whenever he went in there and touched it, he became stronger and more refined. He received that blade through mysterious means. He wasn't even sure how himself, until the first day he touched it and was filled with power. Since then, he kept it safe and used it every time. 10 minutes passed, and the clone connected to the king of Aragon, but to his surprise, the king was not pissed off. He was rather calm. The clone could not understand why the king would be calm under these circumstances, but the clone noticed that there were fewer people in the throne room. The clone, being more intelligent than the average Silver, could piece things together, and so he knew what was happening. The king must be planning something, and that plan had given him the confidence to believe he could turn the situation around. The clone didn't say anything yet. He quickly sent a message to Silver, telling him about what he detected so that Silver could prepare a countermeasure. After that, the clone disconnected and faced the king. From the look on your face, you will not be giving us what we asked for, right? The clone asked. Indeed, we will not negotiate with you on this matter. The martial arts techniques that you have asked for are impossible. They are something we can't give you, the king said. Fine, then to show you how serious we are, I'll be taking down 200 of your men, the clone said, and started heading to fight. The expression of the king tightened when he heard how many men would be killed. He could barely rein in his rage at this point. He wanted to capture Silver and make him pay right now. The clone charged into the midst of the enemy and began slashing down with a simple sword. His speed was beyond what any of the guards could see. Blood sprayed through the air as the clone cut through them easily, killing over 200 men. But it didn't seem like the clone was ready to stop. It went ahead and started killing even more, totaling about 300 men. When the clone finished, he smiled and disconnected from the king. The king raged in the throne room. He couldn't believe that Silver had killed over 300 men. He was at his wit's end. Silver didn't even tell him when they would connect again. It could be 10 minutes or even an hour. In the capital, Silver asked Drake to bring all people with knowledge of construction. He wanted to begin the plan for building the wall immediately. Silver and Drake stayed inside a tent while the people gathered outside. Silver was drafting the design of the wall. With the help of his 11 minds and Drake's expertise, he was able to make a very detailed design. The base material that was chosen was a metallic alloy reinforced with orichalcum and mana. The alloy would be created with powdered orichalcum poured into it, and mana infused into the alloy. Its bars would have to be made in a special chamber. That chamber would be a new design that Drake worked on. It would take some hours to build, and they would need over 50 of them. The machines would be spread all around to make the metal bars. Then, using the bars, the skeletal structure of the wall would be erected. After finishing the design, Silver handed it to Drake. Take control of everything. Make sure that everyone who works here signs the contract. They should be paid fully and fed for the duration of the work. We have to work around the clock, so split the workforce into shifts and give equivalent breaks as well, Silver said, then left through the back of the tent. He had received the information from his clone, so he knew that the king was planning something, and he wanted to find out. He brought out his wings and shot into the air. The Wyvern army was ready to move out from Aragon. An army made up of 100 wyverns. Their captain was a man with dark brown hair. He had a pompous expression on his face, like one that was unshakable, someone who knew he could walk over the whole world. On some of the wyverns were 2 people, the rider and a mage. The mages were 10 in number, and they were the ones who would remove the barrier. The leader of the Wyvern army raised his hands, and every rider got ready. The leader dropped his hands, and the Wyvern riders lifted off and flew into the air. They shot above the clouds and immediately flew toward Dark Dragon. With their current speed, they would reach their location in 30 minutes. They flew in formation to avoid any unexpected happenings. Silver sat on a mountain, facing the direction of the Aragon Kingdom. He held steak in his hands and a cup of fruit juice. He sipped the juice, took a deep bite from the steak, and then looked up again. It's a good attempt to use wyverns, but the issue is that a dragon rules over a wyvern. And aside from that, I have a wyvern of higher class myself, Silver said. Kratos, head this way. I'm waiting for you. Silver contacted Kratos. Kratos immediately flew towards Silver from wherever he was and got there in less than a minute. That was pretty fast, Silver said. Well, my master called me. I can't delay, Kratos said. I understand. Now tell me, what happens when a wyvern meets a dragon? Silver asked. It depends. A dragon is a rank higher than a wyvern, so wyverns are looked down upon by dragons. But if a wyvern meets a weaker dragon, for the sake of evolution and improving their abilities, the wyvern will kill the dragon and consume it. But if the dragon turns out to be stronger than the wyvern is biologically structured to obey that stronger dragon. Or they can show some defiance and fight against the dragon, but the penalty for losing is death. For you, Master, you don't have to worry. Very few wyverns can be as strong as you. So you will be able to control almost all wyverns, Kratos explained. I see. Then it seems the enemy's plan is already flawed from the start. You see, they are sending an army of 100 wyverns toward us. The issue is that they lack information and don't know I am a dragon. Now, seeing the information you gave me, it simply means my presence will take control of them, Silver said. Sadly for them, they are up against one of the most powerful dragon races, Kratos said. Well, that will be all. Kratos, you can head back and continue what you were doing, Silver said and dismissed him. Kratos bowed his head and flew away. Silver focused back on his meal, eating slowly and waiting for the enemies. After 30 minutes, the enemy arrived within range. Silver smiled and transformed into his dragon form. He shot into the air, far above the clouds. He flew toward the enemies who had just entered the border. He got there but flew far above them so they could not see him. He flew in circles, watching them. After a while, the wyvern army was ready to start their attack, but that was when Silver intervened. He roared so loudly that it shook the skies. His voice boomed across the area, and all the wyverns, as well as their riders, could hear it. Immediately, all the wyverns stopped. Then they started shaking and throwing down their riders. The riders fell, screaming. But one of the riders refused to let go of the captain. He struggled with the wyvern and refused to allow it to throw him off. He took out his sword and stabbed it into the wyvern's neck. The wyvern let out a loud cry, unable to shake its head or fight back, so it obediently obeyed. The captain forced the wyvern to fly up towards Silver, but Silver could not be bothered with him. Silver roared again, and that made all the wyverns attack the captain. It was as if Silver had taken absolute control of them. The wyvern slammed into the captain, knocking him off the captain fell to the ground, but due to his high level, he didn't die or take much damage. Silver flew into the midst of the wyverns, and all them surrounded him. Silver could understand all that they were saying, and all them were simply saluting him. This is quite funny. Aragon's people are truly clowns, Silver thought. He gazed down at the men on the ground. Some were injured, and some were able to stand back up. But Silver had no plans to let them go at all, so he made all the wyverns start attacking the men, killing all 100 of them. Even the captain, who was much stronger, could not hold out and was turned into meat paste. When all of them were killed, Silver had the wyvern stay on the ground and wait for him. He came down and transformed back into human form. He took out his recording crystal and connected it to the King of Aragon, using the one with the clone as the intermediary. Immediately, the hologram of the king appeared. Silver flashed a smile of victory. It seems you underestimated me gravely, Your Highness. You had the audacity to send your wyvern army against a dragon. Did you not consider the possibility that I, a dragon, would take control of them? Did that thought not cross your mind? Or were you just stupid? Not to mention the fact that they are all weak wyverns under level 100. They haven't evolved at all. A single word from me, a higher dragon, would surely warp their minds and make them obey me, Silver said. He didn't know if what he was saying was entirely true, but he added it to make his words more impactful and powerful. He controlled the crystal and used it to video the entire group of wyverns so the king could see. When he was done, he brought it back to himself. Silver could see the king seething in rage and about to explode. This was not part of the plan at all. The wyvern army was one of their most elite forces, a unit gathered and trained since they were little, specifically to control wyverns. Each wyvern was taken at a young age and raised to full maturity. The wyverns had been part of their kingdom for many years, so losing all of them in one day was a heavy blow. And then there was the look on Silver's face. The king hated that look. It made his blood boil, but there was nothing he could do. You see, King of Aragon, wyverns are beasts, and like all other beasts, they will obey a being of a similar race rather than humans. You should do more research. I'll send you the next video of your men in the dome as I kill 300 of them to prove a point that says, "Don't attack the dragon," Silver said as he disconnected. Immediately after he disconnected, the king rose from his throne. Using his immense strength, he pulled the throne from its place and hurled it across the room. He roared in anger and punched the wall. The council, who had returned some time ago, remained silent, scared they might lose their heads if they spoke. The king turned suddenly to look at the man who had proposed this plan. He pointed at the man. "Bring him to me," he said. The guards moved immediately, surrounding the man before he could even think of running or moving. They dragged the man and threw him before the king. "You are the one who suggested that plan, and so you will bear the punishment for its failure. Your head will be compensation enough," the king said. The man immediately started trembling. He tried to plead, but the king kicked his mouth and sent him flying. The king stretched out his hand, and a guard gave him a sword. The king approached the man. The man tried to back away and beg, but before he could, his head left his shoulders. Now with a new wyvern army, Silver had easily made a powerful air force for himself. Powerful because all he had to do was make them all his summons, and then their power would boost. He also planned to leave their training to Kratos' rear was the best setup. Now that the whole issue of the wyverns was done, Silver wanted to get serious with the King of Aragon, and so he devised a plan. "Lily, meet me at the dome where we captured the Aragon army," Silver told Lily telepathically. After telling her, he headed that way to wait for her. He arrived at the dome before Lily did. After some minutes, she arrived through a portal. "What did you need from me?" she asked. "I wanted to see if there was a way to broadcast what is happening to the whole of Aragon. I want the kingdom to see what their king was doing and the sort of decisions he was taking, risking the lives of their brothers and sisters, fathers, and lots more. To show them that he had the opportunity to help them, yet he refused to take it, and decided to let them die," Silver said. "Sometimes I wonder if you are just purely evil," Lily said in response to what Silver said. "Well, I was never good. I'm a hypocrite, to be honest. I live based on my whims. I just do whatsoever I please," Silver said. "You are really something else," Lily said. She then paused and thought about what Silver asked. "There is a way, but it will take some engineering from Drake and some good magic. It might take us about 5 hours to complete enough to project in their capital. But we won't be able to show it to the smaller towns and cities," Lily explained. "That's enough for what we need to do. You and Drake should please work on it," Silver said. "There is also something I have to tell you, Silver. I see a future. It just came to me, and it was not good. When I saw the future, I began running through several types of futures to see if there were alternates. But no matter how far I dug, the same thing always happened in different ways, and at the end, there was always one result," Lily said. "Tell me the details," Silver asked immediately. "I saw you fighting a being that was fixed on destroying this world because of you. The being was powerful enough to collapse the sun and shatter worlds. You fought it, but every single time, you failed and failed and failed, dying and letting the world get destroyed. I have told you of my abilities before, but I'll explain some more about it. If there is a future that takes up about 90% of all the parallels, it is called a fixed future. And it is a time that you must pass through. But this is not what makes it scary. The main issue is about the first future that I told you about. The future where you die and all the die as well. That future is the key to unlocking this brutal fixed future. If you die in the first future, the second will never happen. But if you manage to survive the first, it will unlock the second and cause a disaster, Lily explained. I see, I understand what you are saying, and this is indeed a dreadful future. But if that future is inevitable, we will face it head-on and win. Silver gave her a reassuring smile. Lily could tell easily that he wasn't really okay with what he just heard, but he had to be a leader and take it with calmness. It made his image in her mind shine brighter. Who would not be scared of inevitable demise? Who would not shudder and hide from such a future? But to ensure that his men and everyone that followed him would not lose hope, he had to smile through it. She decided to leave, and immediately she did. Silver found a tree and sat, leaning his back on it. He gazed up into the sky and fell into thought. No matter how strong he got and how fast he got strong, there was a stronger threat lurking around. And this was not the type of threat that he could level up and defeat. He could already tell that the being Lily spoke of was the leader and creator of the Weeping Angels, a being capable of creating beings that could destroy worlds. Linear. What sort of power would the creator have? All those thoughts troubled Silver internally. But he wasn't going to shy from it. He was going to bolt his way through regardless. He got up from the ground and gave a middle finger to the sky. You all can go fuck yourselves. This dragon will rise above all, and you all will be my stepping stones, Silver said, cheering himself up. He thought about how to entertain himself, and what better than to make the arrogant soldiers fight against themselves. They had not eaten for close to a day now, and their rations were only little. They had not expected to be captured this way, so they didn't pack enough. The stress they were going through had also caused insane hunger. And so Silver would be using that to his advantage. He headed back to town and gathered some roasted meat, well seasoned and prepared in the kitchen of the castle. He didn't even know who made it. He just took it. What's the worst that could happen? Well, that's what he thought. He left the castle and flew back to the dome. He arrived, walked in, then flew towards the center of the town, and that is where he placed the food. He flew up and watched. It didn't take long before some men saw it and ran towards it, and then soon the smell reached others, and they ran towards it, and soon, a fight broke out over food while Silver watched with a grin. Quinn was helping arrange people for the construction of the wall. It was going well, but then suddenly, a voice began repeating over and over in his head. Save me. Save me. Quinn couldn't focus with that voice in his head, so he ran away. He found a secluded corner and tried to stay there to focus. But then he passed out right there. When he opened his eyes again, he stood in a vast land where the sand and rocks were charred black. The sun was blood red, and the skies were blotted by some sort of fog. Confused, he looked around, trying to understand where he was, but no matter where he looked, there was nowhere he could recognize. He started walking after a bit, trying to see if he could possibly find a way out of there. But after walking for a while, he still didn't see anything. Then, he began hearing a voice, the same voice he had heard before he passed out. But this time, the cry for help was louder, and the direction it was coming from was clear. Quinn felt the urge to run in that direction, but he tried to fight it. The urge was stronger than his will, though, and he soon took her off in that direction. He moved at top speed, running with all his might. He kept running, but there was no destination. All he could follow was the voice that kept calling out for help, and with every call, he increased his speed, slowly surpassing the threshold of his own body. He was moving at a speed he could not attain on a normal day. Yet he kept going faster until he saw something, or somethings. Those winged creatures he had seen in his vision before. They filled the field in front of him. He wanted to retreat because he knew how powerful those beings were from the vision. But the urge to save whoever was there grew even stronger. So he shut his eyes and took a deep breath. By this time, the winged creatures had already noticed him, and they were running toward him. Quinn didn't know what he was doing, but he knew he had to do it, and so he dashed toward them. Call for the sword. Quinn heard another voice telling him to call for a sword, but Quinn knew he didn't have a sword. So what could that voice mean? As he got closer to the enemy, the voice kept repeating those words over and over again. So Quinn decided to try. He thought about a sword, and then a sword of light formed in his hand. He gazed at it in shock, but there was no time to admire it. He immediately slashed out with the sword, and it fired a sword-light arc that cut through the winged creatures, killing some of them. The winged creatures screeched after seeing one of their kind die. They now took Quinn as a serious threat. Quinn, on the other hand, was breathing heavily. That single attack had taken a lot of energy from him. He looked up and saw the winged creatures staring at him, waiting for the right time to attack. Quinn charged at them again, raising the sword that consumed his energy every second. He was a master swordsman, and with the help of the sword, he could take out the winged creatures himself. He began slicing and attacking with full force, and with every slash, he killed one of the winged creatures. But he was getting more and more tired. Yet Quinn did not stop because the voice was still yelling out for him to save her. He kept moving on, but then a figure appeared from the group, covered in long black robes and holding a purple-looking sword. Suddenly, an eye came out of the sword and looked in Quinn's direction. Immediately, the figure charged at Quinn. Quinn tried to hold his ground, blocking the attack of the figure, but he was thrown back with so much force that he tumbled for some distance. He got back up, but before he could react, the figure had leapt into the air and slashed down. Quinn tried to block, but he was suddenly sucked out of the place. Quinn opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on a bed. It was his bed in the castle. How did he get here? He got up from the bed and walked to the mirror. He looked clean and refreshed. The door to his room opened, and Silver walked inside. He saw that Quinn was awake, so he smiled at him and came over to the bed. Silver sat down on the bed. "You're up. Someone from the town found you passed out on the ground behind a building. When I heard, I rushed here because I knew it would have to be something really serious for my elder brother to collapse," Silver said. "Sorry for stressing all of you. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I just started hearing a voice calling out to me. It called me repeatedly. So I ran to somewhere secluded, but I didn't expect to pass out. I was inside a dream when I passed out. The dream was simply me trying to get to that voice that was calling out to me, but I couldn't reach her because those winged creatures I told you about before were all there, fighting me. I was able to defeat them, but then a figure came out holding a sword that had a grotesque eye. The person was far too powerful, and there was nothing I could do, so he killed me." Quinn told Silver everything. "I see. I think this has something to do with your legacy awakening. It might be a warning as well, so be careful. I may be wrong, but I'm certain this dream has great importance, so don't forget it," Silver said. Silver had a feeling that Quinn had something special in him. In fact, Silver had begun to think that there was something in his parents' history that would explain this. Leah was a talented mage. She could cast the most sophisticated spells at such a young age. Aside from that, she had a legacy and a high-level one at that. Even though Mike and Quinn weren't born with legacies, they were talented and more talented than the people you would see around, and even more talented than people with basic legacies. It was really unusual for Silver's parents to give birth to all talented kids. Silver was not directly related by blood, leaving his 3 siblings, and all of them were talented. He made a mental note to look into the family history and see where his siblings were getting their genes from. After waiting for a while, the device to broadcast to the whole of Aragon was prepared. Lily walked through a portal with one of the devices. It looked like a metal cube with a button on it. Silver pressed the button, and the cube opened up into segments and spread out like a screen. It began projecting from the screen, covering a wide distance. Silver smiled when he saw this. It was exactly what he needed to broadcast to the people of Aragon. "All right, this is what we need to make the king break. Get it around the capital of Aragon in 1 hour. We will start the broadcast," Silver said. Lily nodded. She pressed the button on the back of the screen, and it returned to being a cube. She took it and walked into a portal. After she left, Silver walked into the dome and got ready to blackmail the hell out of the king. Lily flew around the capital of Aragon without anyone knowing or detecting her. She mounted the cubes, floating and facing the capital. When she was done, she made a connection through mana that would allow her to link to all the cubes. When she finished, she contacted Silver. "Everything is set up. You can begin the broadcast," Lily said. "All right," Silver responded, and then he activated his crystal. Immediately, all around the capital, the projection of silver appeared. The king sat on his throne, and the projection came into the castle. He thought it was the usual discussion again. But then a guard ran into the throne room. "My king, the whole capital, everyone in the capital can see it." The king stood from his throne, dashed out of the room, and headed for the balcony. He got there and saw the projections. His blood boiled, his veins bulged and throbbed, and he squeezed the balcony railing, breaking it. "Hello everyone, I am Silver Terron, the first king of the Dark Dragon Kingdom and a Demon King candidate. We are your neighbors. However, your king didn't welcome us on good terms and decided to attack us with not just a force of 2,000 soldiers, but also a Wyvern army of 100. Sadly, all members of the Wyvern army have died in battle. About 1,000 soldiers remain after the battle. We have asked the king for something in return for your children, fathers, and brothers. We have offered a reasonable method by which some of you can have peace of mind. As for the bodies of the lost, we have kept them, and we will be returning them so you can bury them. Sadly, your king has refused to allow that to happen. He has chosen to refuse an amicable resolution. He chose a little object above the lives of all those people that could have been saved. What sort of king does that? He throws away the lives of all the men who swore their lives to their kingdom. He chose to throw those lives away. They have families, friends, dreams, and futures, yet he has decided to let them die. I am an enemy king, and so I will have to kill all of them now because they are my enemies. All 1,000 of Thema, and you will watch them die one by one. Don't blame me, don't blame my kingdom, because this is war, and in war, people will die. Blame your king for not valuing the lives of the people he sent out to war. It's sad that you all have to see this, but it must be done, Silver said. He immediately charged into the town and started massacring everyone he saw. He slashed his blade through. He totaled over 300 men before he stopped. The entire capital, young and older, was forced to watch this gruesome scene. Parents covered their children's eyes, many people vomited, and some simply passed out. When he finished, he faced the crystal again. Some of you may now hate me and see me as a demon, but think about it well. Who was the one that caused all this? Who was the one that allowed all your men to fall into this situation? It was your king, the person you allowed to rule you. I will stop for now, but if, in 30 minutes, your king does not give us what we want, the remaining men will die, and all the bodies will be destroyed. There will be nobody for you to bury, nobody to mourn, only hate and anger in your hearts. So the ball is in your king's court. Silver disconnected. He turned around and saw Lily waiting for him. A demon is not a bad enough name to categorize what you are. You are simply a devil. To make them all redirect their hate from you to the king with just some words, that is the work of a devil, Lily said. Well, we have to do what we can to get what we want. I don't want to destroy his kingdom. I can't handle another kingdom for now. But I want to make him a loyal dog that needs me to survive. So I will break him and make sure he licks my shoes, Silver said. The people of Aragon were all enraged. They were angry at Silver with all their hearts. But what Silver said made sense. Their king was the one who sent their people to die in the war. The king was the one who gave the order, they followed, and now that they were being captured by the enemy, he didn't want to free them. What could Silver ask for that was greater than the lives of all their men? They couldn't think of one thing. Even if it was the head of the king that was asked for, he should submit it to atone for his sins. This was what was going through the minds of everyone in the capital now. They had to do something. This unanimous thought sparked the fire for a riot. People, young and old, flocked to the castle. They took stones and sticks, swords and farming tools. Adventurers and commoners alike, mercenaries and the merchants, every soul that lived in the capital rushed to the castle. They threw away all regard for law and order. Their king had decided that their lives were worthless, so today they would make him see that they had the strength to change things as well. The royal guards and knights barricaded the castle, standing with shields to block the angry people, while the mages cast a dome around the castle to protect it. Can you see? Instead of facing us and telling us what he plans to do, the king locks himself inside the castle. One man from the crowd yelled out for everyone to hear. His words roused the people even more, and soon they began fighting with the guards and knights. At first, the knights tried to make things peaceful and only block the people, But then one guard mistakenly stabbed a man in the heart. As the man's body fell to the ground dead, the crowd stopped, and the people close by looked at the body. They said nothing. 4 men lifted the man off the ground, and his body was passed through an open path, raised high for everyone to see what had been done. With the death of that man, all hell broke loose. The people threw away all regard for their safety and for peace. They all wanted to take out their anger. With a loud wave of roars, everyone there began launching attacks at the guards. Swords and magic, all were being used in that instant. In an attempt to protect themselves, the guards started fighting back, and lives were being lost on both sides. The entire situation spiraled out of control, and blood was spilled everywhere. About 10 commoners had died at this point, with many more injured. As for the guards, they had already lost more. Over 20 guards had been taken down. The sheer number of the commoners allowed them to overwhelm and cooperate effectively. Inside the castle, the king sat with the council, and the panic on his face was evident. He never expected Silver would do this. Everything was now out of his control. What could he do now to stop all this? If the people kept this up, a coup would happen, and he would be killed and his throne taken. He tapped his feet on the ground as he tried to think about what he would do. Your Highness, the commotion is beyond what we can control. The guards and knights have already made it worse because they've killed some commoners. This would have been all right if it was a small protest, but almost the entire capital is against us. What do we do? One of the council members said. Do you think I don't know that? The king roared at the man, his eyes bloodshot. He facepalmed himself and let out a deep groan. We will have to do it, the king said. You don't mean that you will hand over the technique to him, do you, my lord? One of the council members asked. We have no choice, or else we will lose all control over our people, and we will be removed. But still, the arrogant pride is something that must not go down, and so I have a plan to handle this. You all just have to believe in me, the king said. He got up from the throne and headed to the balcony where all the rioters could see him. When he walked out, someone saw him and yelled, "There is the bastard king." Everyone looked up and saw the king. The fighting stopped. They wanted to see what would happen now that the king had stepped out. People of Aragon, the king started, his voice loud enough for the thousands of people standing there to hear him. We are faced with a difficult situation as it stands. The reason I decided to find other routes to fix the issue was because the enemy asked for something that was a treasure to us. I didn't want to hand this over to them, but now I will, and we can return the rest of our men home. The king finished talking and left the place. You bastard. You had to wait for things to get bad to make a decision. Someone yelled. You don't deserve the throne. You are the worst excuse of a king we have ever seen. Another person yelled. Your father would have done better than you. You are worthless. Someone else shouted. More and more shouts like this reached the ears of the king, but he didn't look back. He just took the rage of everything and directed it towards one persona, Silver. It was all Silver's fault. He may have bought some time now, but to take back his name and position as king, he would have to bring down Silver. He walked into the throne room and dismissed everyone. When they all left, he headed through the door at the side of the throne room and toward the metal door. He opened the door and walked to the sword. He grabbed the sword and removed it from the stand. His entire demeanor changed, and his eyes glowed dark purple. The riot was calmed down after the king said he would do something, but the people were far from happy. How could they be? They had lost 10 people in total. That king didn't deserve the throne, and so they all decided he would be removed after their brothers were brought home. There was no way they would sit and watch an evil murderer rule them. Today was a sad day for the capital, and the only joy that could come was the return of their people. While they waited for the people to be returned, the Adventurer Guild mounted their best adventurers, warriors, and mages around the castle. They watched the castle like hawks, and the moment the king tried to escape, they would kill him. The rest of the people carried out a mass burial for those who died in the riot. With their bloodshot, teary eyes, they chanted against the king. A unison built by one Goala, his removal from the throne. A chaos brought about by one person, and one person alone, Silver. Silver had taken the position of a devil. He had laid the seeds, and now it was growing into something else. He was indeed a demon. After 30 minutes, everyone was watching waiting to see what their king would say. They wanted to know if they would kill him immediately or allow him to finish bringing back the people who were trapped there. The projectors came on, and the image of Silver seated on a throne was shown. He had a serious expression on his face as he began talking. It is now time to know what your king will do, that being that you ought to rule over you. What will he prioritize right now? Silver said, and made the view show their own king inside his throne room. His face was stressed, and it was evident he was tired. Well, that was to normal eyes. Silver could see something was draining his energy, something was eating their king. I have decided that I will hand over what you have demanded. But this is not something I can send someone to give to you. I have to handle it myself and also be sure that you release my people, which is why I will be coming over to your kingdom to meet you, the king said. Thank you for finally coming to your senses. To honor that, I will meet you halfway. I will head to my border, and you will meet me there. I will have my people prepare to release your men so you can have them back, Silver said. With that, some people could finally take a breath of relief. But the whole journey was not over. Silver disconnected the connection. The king headed for where his wyvern would be. He mounted the wyvern and shot into the air. The adventurers saw this, but they all knew where he was going, so they let him. Silver arrived at the border earlier than the king, but after waiting for some time, the wyvern arrived with the king, on its back. The wyvern landed in front of Silver, and the king came down. Nice to see you actually came. Now before we continue, what is your name? Silver asked. I am King Ezra, the king said and walked toward Silver. He took out a large book from his ring and handed it to Silver. When Silver stretched out his hand, the book suddenly turned into a sword, the same sword that he had taken, and then he drove the sword forward to stab Silver. Silver reacted fast and leapt back, escaping the attack. He looked at Ezra and spoke. A warrior king will never go down without a fight. You are the perfect definition. But do you know that sword is killing you? Silver asked. It is a sacrifice worth your head, the king said without pause, and charged at Silver. His body was looking sickly, but he was immensely faster, too fast even. He slashed at Silver diagonally, but Silver sidestepped and dodged. The blade hit the ground and caused an explosion that left a crater. Silver quickly used Dragon's Eyes on the king to see what was happening. King of Aragon, level 10, evolved. Strength, 1 million. Defense, 1 million. Speed, 1,200,000. Agility, 1,200,000. Intelligence, 40,000. Immediately Silver saw the stats. He knew something was not right. The king should not have any stats in the millions. Then there was the fact that his intelligence was falling far behind. It was way too little. Whatever it is that sword gave you, it is taking away something. That sword is weakening your intelligence as time goes on, Silver said. Shut the hell up, the king roared in a double voice, his normal voice and a deep resounding voice. He charged at Silver and slashed for his neck. Silver took out his sword and blocked the attack. With the buff from his sword, it was not an issue to block the attack, but it still shifted him a couple of steps. When he stopped, he used Flash Step to put some distance between them, but Ezra was already charging toward him again. That sword is taking over the king. I wonder what that sword really is, Silver said. He knew he had to deal with Ezra fast, or the sword would consume him. So he dodged the next attack and summoned a clone. The clone took the abyssal blades, and its stats entered the millions. The clone was able to use more refined techniques and skills than the king, who was slowly losing his mind. But the king still had some muscle memory. The two clashed and exchanged blows. The clone moved swiftly and gracefully, but the king fought in a barbaric manner. After a while, it became clear who had the upper hand. It was the clone. The king saw that he would lose, and like a remote control, the sword tried to pull him away from the fight. But the clone used Flash Step and immediately slashed off the hand of the king. The remaining hand connected to the sword fell to the ground, and the clone caught the king. But it wasn't over yet. The blade on the ground suddenly popped out a grotesque eye. It looked around and locked its gaze on Silver. When Silver saw the eye, he recalled what Quinn had told him. There was no doubt in his mind that this sword was similar to the one Quinn had seen. It couldn't be a coincidence that just some time after Quinn told Silver about the eye sword, he suddenly saw an eye sword himself. The sword released wet, tentacle-like limbs that stuck into the arm that was cut off, and then the arm began pulsing and changing. It looked like the birth of an abomination, but Silver could tell that it wasn't. This was something different. The sword was increasing the mass of the arm and forcefully creating a humanoid shape. The shape looked like a pile of flesh and was disgusting to look at. It had a purple pulse flowing through the meat, adding to the grotesque sight. "Where the hell did this asshole find this sword?" Silver asked as he stood on guard, shifting away from the unconscious king. The king had passed out. As soon as the sword was disconnected from him, it had eaten a huge chunk of the man's vitality and intelligence, almost rendering the king a retard. Silver decided to attack the creature before it fully formed. He dashed at it with his sword ready to slash, but as he went in for the strike, the creature used its arm to swing the eyed sword and block the attack. Their attacks easily cancelled each other out, neither stronger than the other. Silver took a step back and then used flash step, getting behind the creature and going in for a stab. But a thick piece of bone shot out of the creature's back at Silver. Silver deflected it, but that gave the creature enough time to slash with the sword. The eye locked on Silver as it moved. Silver parried the attack, but tentacles shot out of the sword and latched onto his weapon, pulling him in. Silver dug his feet into the ground and pulled back. It became a tug of war, and the creature was not ready to lose. Neither was Silver. His blade became engulfed with abyss flames, burning the tentacles away. The creature let out a loud screech from a mouth that was nowhere to be found. Now that Silver had caused damage, he had enough time to go in for a combo. He used flash step to move faster and started tearing into the creature with one slash after another. The strength of this creature was far weaker than when the king was using it. It was probably only in the 100,000s. This meant the creature worked well only in a parasitic way, consuming its enemy and taking over their body. When it took over a body, it became a lot stronger. This made the sword a real threat because if it managed to take control of a hero or a demon king, it would spell havoc. Silver guessed that the reason it was much weak now was the fact that it only had a hand to use and limited resources, restricting what it could do. But still, it was a reasonable threat. Silver wanted to capture the sword and research it. He wanted to know the origins of this creation. After landing his combo, Silver took a step back and looked at the messed up mass of flesh on the ground. Even though he had cut it up so much, he had a feeling it wasn't dead. And it wasn't dead. The flesh reconstructed and refined into its grotesque shape and form. It immediately attacked Silver after it was reformed. Silver blocked the attack and pushed the creature back before firing a flame arc that tore it in half. But it started rebuilding soon after. As Silver looked at this, he realized something. Back when he was fighting Ezra, the king of Aragon, the sword had tried to pull Ezra away and help him escape. It prioritized its life over a fight. But now, it was coming back repeatedly, only to get slashed again. There had to be a reason. Silver threw the question into the court of his minds to have a discussion about it. It's a parasite. It needs a living, breathing being to latch onto to survive, one mind stated. Yup, that makes sense. With Silver here, it is unable to get a new body. It knows that even if it tried to run, Silver would give chase and cut it down, another mind explained. Yes, so it's giving its all at this point to take down Silver, or at least hold him off long enough to enter the body of the king again, another mind said. Mind 2 took all the responses and brought a conclusive result from the discussion. It means that our enemy here has a time limit that is fast running out, and it is trying to get into a body. Mind 2 concluded. Is that so? Then what about a plan to suppress the creature? I think we can trap it inside the body of a clone. I can make the clone look weak and vulnerable during the fight, and it will mistakenly grab hold of the sword, allowing the creature to latch onto the clone. But with 11 minds of massive intelligence, the clone will definitely be able to take control of the sword, the Og mind said. The minds agreed on that, and so the plan was a go. Because of Silver's high level of intelligence, this whole discussion had happened in 2 seconds before the creature even finished regenerating. Immediately after it regenerated, Silver made a clone. The clone charged at the creature and fought in a sloppy manner with a basic sword. And just as predicted, the creature was not all that smart. It saw the clone as a prime target, and the clone also tried to grab the sword. Thus, both met. The clone held the sword, and the creature tried to take over the mind of the clone. The clone's mind was too complex for the sword to immediately take over. It would have to tear through layers and layers of mental barriers, so the clone was safe for a very long time. Silver picked up the king and made a portal back to Lily's lab in the labyrinth. The labyrinth was pretty much empty now, with only the abominations in the upper floors. He arrived at her lab and contacted her to come. She arrived in minutes. "You seem to have been calling for my help more often these past few days," she said as she arrived. "Indeed, I have, but what choice do I have? I can only depend on you for certain things," Silver replied. "Well, with your brain, if you just studied a bit, you would easily surpass me. So, what do you want me to do?" she asked. Silver pointed at the sword in the hand of the clone. The moment she saw it, her face grew serious. "Release the sword at the count of 3, she said. The clone nodded and waited for her count. 1, 2, 3, she counted, and the guard immediately let go. The sword tried to attach back to the clone, but Lily created a ball of water that surrounded the sword. The sword tried to shoot out its tentacles, but the tentacles kept getting stuck inside the water and could not pass through. She kept it that way for 3 minutes until the sword went dormant. She controlled the water ball and let it drop the sword onto the table. She ensured that the sword touched nothing organic. If the sword doesn't touch any organic life, it will go dormant after 3 minutes to save its energy, Lily explained. Silver unsummoned his clone and then asked, "We fought it for more than 5 minutes. And it didn't go dormant. Was it in contact with biological matter?" Lily asked. "Well, yes. It was in contact with the arm of this idiot," Silver said, looking at the king. He placed the king to the side to continue his sleep. "Well, that explains why it was able to stay active for so long. It was fueling itself from the arm." "Sure, it wouldn't be able to stay out for too long and would be looking for a new host, but the arm can allow it to stay active for a bit," Lily said. "You seem to be very knowledgeable about the sword," Silver noted. "Well, that is because I know what it is. You knows that the dragons have been around from the time when even the demons and celestials walked the world. And so, the dragons amassed a massive amount of knowledge, much of which you see in the library. During my readings and studies over the years, I came across details about this sinister blade. It is a demon sword. One of the many types of demon swords, a very deadly one. It was made to be wielded as a last resort for demons, pouring their lives into the sword and causing havoc. Even the demons themselves fear this sword, and its use is very limited. The sword's name is the Soul Eater, and that is self-explanatory. When a demon pulls out the Soul Eater, it is their last resort, their last moment to show themselves, and so, they throw away all their sanity and become barbaric beings built for killing. The journey of the Soul Eater doesn't just stop when the demon is killed. No, it stops when the sword is forcefully returned to a dormant state. When the wielder of the sword can no longer bear its brunt, the sword takes over and erodes their minds. They become mindless combatants controlled by the sword, fighting until their bodies can no longer hold on. This weapon was seen as the pinnacle of evil, and so were the other weapons similar to it, Lily concluded. "Whoa, so this sword is something real demons use?" Silver asked. "Then how the hell does this idiot have one?" "That is what I don't understand. Such a weapon should not be here. Even if someone managed to take a sword from the demons, they would either become a corrupted being that everyone knows about and fears. And if that somehow didn't happen, there's no way the sword would land in the hands of a low-level king. If it did, the Empire and the Holy Kingdom would come to get it by force. There's no way to know how he got this until he wakes up," Lily said. "It's disturbing to think that something from the demon realm would somehow spew into ours, whatever means it came by. I feel it's a bad thing. I had a dream where I fought someone using the Soul Eater sword, and that was before this idiot brought it here," Silver said. "I understand. I'll look into the sword more and get back to you. You should take your guest and handle him. But before you go, shouldn't I regenerate his arm?" Lily asked. "Nope, I'll have it healed up and turned into a stump. It is a memory of his battle. I want him to wake up every day and gaze at his missing hand. And when he gazes at his missing hand, I want him to recall that it was Silver he pissed off, and this was the result of his actions," Silver said. He grabbed the unconscious king and created another portal into the room in the castle. Immediately they arrived, Silver didn't wait for the man to get enough rest. He threw him on the bed and wrapped the bleeding arm of Ezra. Then Silver found the bathroom, took a bowl of cold water, and doused it over Ezra, forcing him to wake up. When Ezra looked up and saw Silver, he felt a shiver down his spine and quickly backed away. Silver had automatically become the scariest thing the king had ever faced. Ezra tried to leap out of the bed and run away, but his entire body screamed in pain, and he was unable to move. He fell back on the bed with a loud groan. "Your body is pretty much useless for the time being. You allowed that sword to suck you dry. Look at you lying down, a pitiful, weak. You have become nothing in less than a day. But this is a talk for later. For now, I want you to tell me about the origin of the sword," Silver said. Ezra hesitated, but he could feel Silver's bloodlust pressing down on him, so he spoke immediately. "Years ago, I had just become the king. Young and vibrant, looking for ways that I would better the kingdom. It was a foolish endeavor, and I understood that soon, because in the depths of our kingdom, the evil and the bad walk around, and whenever they make their presence known, all peace is lost. I was a victim of this as well, because my best friend was murdered as he tried to protect me from a surprise attack during a public speech. After that, I vanished and left the running of the kingdom to the council. I told them I would seek out a weapon or power that would help us rid the kingdom of the lowly vermin that walk around. And so I set out and went for days. Days turned to weeks, and weeks turned to months as I pushed through town after town, training myself and gathering knowledge. I wanted that when I returned, I would be a king worthy of leading a powerful man that none would try to stop. On this journey was where I met him. In a bar, I had decided to drink myself into a stupor, but as I took my drink, a man cloaked in mystery sat beside me. The man didn't wear any serious clothes to hide his identity, but even as I looked at him, it was like there was some sort of distortion. I could see the face yet not see the face. The man reached out and called the bartender. The bartender came over, listened to the man say what he wanted, and then left to go and make it. The man then looked at me and spoke. "It may take you years and years to realize that some things are out of our control. You can't change the mistakes of the past, but you can fix the results of that mistake in the future. And to help you fix your future, here is a gift." The man took out a sword and handed it to me, the sword that I used. When I saw the sword the first time, I was heavily against touching it, but the man left it for me and walked away. After a while, it was like the sword was calling out to me, and soon I finally grabbed the sword, and that was the first day that I felt the power the blade had to offer. I became addicted. At first, the blade was never more than an item I used to get stronger. It was like it had an inbuilt manual, and I followed it without knowing. I didn't know that the sword was something else lying dormant. It tainted my mind and completely took over me. Luckily, you were capable of stopping it. "I owe you my life," Ezra said and bowed his head. "This is all good and that, but let me tell you about the sword a little more first." The sword is one of the demonic swords used by the true demon army. It was an artifact that had survived in our part of the world for many years. A sword like it can't be unintentionally left for thousands of years. No, it had to have been brought here. And that means someone has some sort of access to the demon realm and is tampering with things. The demon realm and the celestial realms are not just prisons to keep them locked away. They are walls to protect us from them, Silver said. Because the day these realms open, reality will shift, an external war for dominance will begin, and all life forms will be swept by its wave. Lily walked into the room and spoke. She walked over to them, glanced at Silver, and continued. "The sword is not at full power, though. It is, at best, half a soul eater, and the reason is because of damage. And this damage is not just any damage. It is damage caused by the rough and chaotic space, time, and reality. The sword must have been forcefully dragged through a very unstable and chaotic portal. Now before I step forward, for the sake of the King Ezra, I'll explain. A portal is a door, created to make two distant locations meet. Now this seems like easy magic to a good number of us, but there are so many intricacies that it is shocking. When a portal is opened, no matter what, space, time, and reality are bent in order to connect two places. This bending or folding of space, time, and reality has to be very neat and precise to ensure a good flow. But it's like clothes, so the bigger and longer the clothes, the more difficult it gets to fold them evenly. Now this is talking about portals on the same plane, not on another plane. This sword was pulled through a portal that somehow connected to one of the most highly sealed places, the demon realm. It should be very inaccessible to anyone. Not even I should be capable of tearing a hole into the realm. Yet somehow, whoever took this sword did it. He forced his way in. And though I want to say that it is a great thing, and as a scientist, I want to take a closer look at his work and try for myself, but I can't. Because that person has weakened the walls that keep us safe by punching a hole through it. Portals close after being opened, but when it is one as chaotic and dangerous as the one this person opened, they leave cracks. A single crack would not be an issue, sure. But then we start counting a couple, maybe 10, or 50, or 100. Well, it seems there might be more. There is a residual energy that leaks from the sword, a stain from the portal that it came from. And so that made me think, if I could sense this stain, I could use my abilities to try and sense where cracks with similar energy are. Going all out with my crazy experiment, I found several cracks, a number just about 50 in the nearby kingdoms. The distance I covered was due to my limitation, and yet we were able to find this much. It all goes to show that whoever this is, he is on the move, and he is opening fierce portals from time to time. Though it may be that the cracks are from many years ago, they are still there, and many people are at risk every day they wake up, because these cracks are growing bigger and bigger. We may not notice this, and based on calculations, it might take 1,000 years for the issue to get serious. But that is if it was natural and not caused by someone for God knows what reason. There's more to this issue, but for now, I can say it's not something we need to worry about. Though we will still have to start looking into who this person that gave the sword could be. Also, I'll have to study the sword now and understand it. Lily finished. Thank you, Lily. You've managed to catch us up to speed on the matter. I didn't think I'd have to deal with anything related to true demons so soon. I feel the best way to go for now would be to allow the demon kings to handle the issue. Even if they are incapable of handling the matter completely, they can buy us more time for when we are ready. They are the ones carrying the blessings of the demons and the ones that understand why the seal on the demons must remain. And so, they will know how to treat the matter with urgency. Lily, you will be sent to them with your findings, only withholding key and important information that you think is the most valuable. Even if we are about to let them take the lead on this one, it doesn't mean that we are friends with them. I can't have them holding back on me when they have their findings as well. So we will utilize the data we held back as currency to collect what they are finding as well, a simple give and take. Silver finished. Lily nodded and left the room to get to work. Silver looked at Ezra, who had been patiently waiting and listening to Silver and Lily. Silver walked to the side of the bed and sat down. Now, let's talk about you and your kingdom, Silver said. So, now that you are in this state, you are pretty useless, and if I return you to your kingdom, you will surely be killed and your throne taken, Silver said. Ezra said nothing because he felt that what Silver said was true. He had failed to do what he said he would do, and that was something worth death. What do you want me to do? Ezra asked. Oh, so you are coming along, that's good. Now I can fix all these things, every issue. I can fix it for sure and make you the king that you need to be. The issues and the evil that you have committed against me and your kingdom, I will fix everything. I'll make sure that all your wrongs are right, Silver said. Is that really something that you can make happen? Ezra asked. Oh, that's a super easy task. It's a step-by-step process that will make the people love you back and maybe even more. First, the king of Aragon is kept in custody in order to allow the captured men to go free. You see, this setup will send a message that you value your men. It may not be strong enough to change the thoughts people have against you, but it is a start, a good start. Even with that start, we can change the perception of you. But that change will not be enough to secure your position back. So, what we will do next is the treaty. We will make your people believe that even in captivity, you are now working out a way to create peace between the two nations. It may not really mean anything to them in the first few weeks, but soon, when the advanced items that will come from us to your kingdom in the name of peace start arriving, the perception will change. These items will easily and very quickly change a whole lot of things and make life easier in less than a month for the capital of your kingdom. That change is all that we will need completely, because we will let the people know that you are the one fighting for these new things they are getting. They will know that you have put them first and have now made sure that you are using the opportunity to better their lives. Then, after that comes the final and the most important stretcher, the well thought out and executed apology. Normally, I would say improvise this when the time comes, but in your case, you will have to memorize a full script and know how to act it out. The reason I said I won't let you improvise is because you are not truly sorry for what you have done to your people. You may lie to yourself and make yourself think that you are truly sorry, but in the depth of your heart, you aren't, because to you, the path you walked was the right one. So, you will be taught how to act, and you will do it very well, down to the littlest details and the smallest information. You will learn how to show emotions through the slightest body movement and take the right tones that will allow the people to believe in the authenticity of your apology. After that apology, you will choose to resign as king and will want to pass the baton to the next person who will rule the kingdom. But then we intervene, and we say that we have found you to be the perfect king and a trustworthy man who sticks to his word. We will say that we do not despise the actions that you took in that war, as you were only trying to protect the pride and heritage of the kingdom. So, we have decided to endorse you, and you will remain their king, unless we withdraw all the services we have provided and stay away from your kingdom. Now you see, the people may not still trust you, but they have been getting a ton of good stuff, and it has made their lives a whole lot better. So, if they still choose to change you, they will lose all that. Now, who knows if the new king will be capable of giving them a life close to what they just got in a few weeks. That uncertainty is what we will feed on, because they will begin to think about you and what you have done deeply. Now they'll try to find the good things, and the good things will start shining brighter and brighter in their minds. And now that it is shining, it will begin to overshadow the dark. Now they might say you allowed thousands of men to die in the war, but then they will think about what you have done after that, and also your apology. And with all that combined, the rest will be swept under the corner in due time. Everyone will decide that you are worth the risk, and they will allow you to retake office. You will become the king they want, and with my help, you will make them happy and dependent on you, Silver said. He looked at Ezra to hear what he had to say. Your plan is really detailed, and it leaves little room for issues. I have no problem with it at all. If you can pull this off, then I will surely take my crown without issues. But I can smell an underlying plot. You want me to be your dog and follow your commands, Ezra said to Silver. Ha 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 ha. Underlying plot? There is no underlying plot. The thing you mentioned is the whole reason I am doing this. I am not doing this for the charity of my heart. I am doing this because I want to control you. I need you to become my puppet. I will control you and then make you do what I want. And if you don't want that, you have a few options out. The first one is to fight me and kill me, and even the goddess knows that's impossible. The second option is that you die in the most embarrassing way possible, as the king who let all his men die and died himself. So you better pick wisely. Are you going to be my puppet? Silver asked as he grabbed the mouth of Ezra and squeezed it. Ezra tried to shake him off or shout away, but the grip Silver used was extremely strong. Ezra had no option but to nod his head in agreement. Great, I'll draft the contract after this. But before we get into that, I want to talk about the matter that I know should already be disturbing you. You are about to partner with a kingdom filled with all sorts of races. What will the heroes think of this? What will the Empire and the Holy Kingdom say? But guess what? I don't give two fucks about them. If they come for you, you will have no option but to support me, because that is what the contract will say, so be ready. Though I doubt that they will move anytime soon, so you have enough time to do what you want and enjoy your life, Silver said. He patted the man on the head and then stood up. Make sure that you do all that I'll tell you, or else you, your family, and your whole kingdom will become a plain, Silver said and left. Immediately after he left, he headed for the place where he would see Drake, and that was the administrative building in the castle. Drake was busy compiling files and data from everything that was happening. It was a job he took because of his speed and high intelligence, so it allowed him to work a lot faster. When Silver walked into the room, Drake immediately stopped. He looked up at Silver. "Master," Drake called out. "Great to see that you are working hard, Drake, but I need your help with something." The dragon that we will be sending to the Dragon Continent has little to no knowledge of dragons. He can't go there and act all confused. Sure, his story says that he was taken away at a young age, but not at a very young age. If not, it would get suspicious, because how can a baby dragon safely stay alive for all those years without teaching and still survive this hard world? Sure, there is the possibility of that happening, but it's low. So rather than stressing ourselves with what might actually fail, I need you to compile from the library a comprehensive amount of books that will give him the information he needs. As a dragon, he has a very powerful mind, so it shouldn't take him long to understand it. And if he doesn't, you have the full right to give him a good beating, Silver said. "I understand. I'll get to that right away," Drake said. "Thank you, Drake. It's good to be able to count on you all the time," Silver said and left the room. He honestly felt spent, and it had been a while since he slept well. The sounds of swords clashing filled the air, followed by the crisp footsteps of shoes with hard soles. The sound of the footsteps walking through the hallway overshadowed that of the swords. But as they approached the room where the clashing swords could be heard, the sound of the swords started getting louder. Finally, the person walking arrived at the door of the room. She was a beautiful lady, not more than 16. With white hair and silver eyes. She was dressed in black combat body armor and carried a fine sword on her back. She pushed open the door and walked into the room. It was an arena, with two fighters battling at the center. One was a bald boy dressed like a monk and using a metal spear, and the other was a boy wielding two swords. He had black hair and a cold expression on his face. The lady didn't say anything as she walked to the seats and sat down. She didn't do anything for a while. But then the monk spoke while parrying an attack. "There is no way you're here just to watch us, Meg." "What brought you here?" he asked. "I wanted to ignore her for as long as possible, but you just had to talk," the black-haired boy said and went in for a double slash. The monk flipped in the air and dodged the attack. He stabbed his spear into the ground, stood on the base, and then flipped off it while simultaneously pulling the spear out. "If I had left her, she would have watched for a long time and then interfered with our sparring," the monk said and went in for a stab. The black-haired boy sighed and blocked the attack, pushing the spear back. "Fine, that's true," he said. Meg allowed them to finish speaking and then she spoke. "An issue arose in the Empire and the Holy Kingdom some time ago, and it has become a matter of serious deliberation," she said. "And how does that concern us?" the black-haired boy said as he went in for a multiple slash combo, but the monk blocked all of them. "Well, it does concern us because even the heroes were informed about the matter, and they considered it worth their attention," Meg said. "The heroes? Then this must be serious." "Tell us more about it," the monk said. He was about to attack, but then Meg spoke. "It has to do with a Demon King candidate taking over a kingdom in human territory." Immediately, they stopped their fight and turned to face her. "What did you say?" the monk asked. "Well, a Demon King candidate has taken an entire kingdom. He destroyed their armies, killed the king, ruined the whole place, and is now rebuilding it as a mixed-race kingdom filled with beasts, demi-beasts, and the humans who decided to stay with him," she said. "That is vile, to force people to coexist with lower life forms," the black-haired boy said. "The question is, who could make a Demon King rise over a kingdom?" "The blessings and curses won't happen for a whole year," the monk said. "Well, you see, according to what I've heard, he's not the normal Demon King candidate. He possesses immense strength and resources. He has powerful followers as well. He is considered an A-rank threat, while most of the other Demon King candidates are considered C ranks, except for the elf, who is B-ranked, almost A-ranked," Meg said. "Why was the elf B-ranked again?" "She's not as strong as the others from what I've seen," the monk asked. "Yes, she may not be the strongest, but that's only on the surface. There's a reason she's ranked that high, and it's simple. The Yggdrasil tree, also known as the World Tree, is located at the center of the Elf Empire. It is the greatest treasure of the elves and something they all love and, to an extent, worship. It's truly like a god because within the world tree is a spirita, the greatest spirit. A spirit that didn't walk the path of other spirits but rather became the source of life for the tree. That spirit is born with the tree and grows with the tree. It is the tree. But that spirit must have a vessel aside from the tree, and that vessel is chosen. The vessel allows the tree to see the world and learn new things to help the elves. That elf is currently the Demon King candidate. The reason she has a higher risk rating is because she carries the spirit of the tree within her, and if she releases its power, it will be catastrophic. However, we don't know the extent of her power. She might be super strong or not all that strong, so they allowed her to stay in the B ranks. But as for the one who took the kingdom, he's already graded based on the information we have on him, and we can say for sure that he is really strong and has enough influence, Meg said. Well, that's a lot of information. So, what do they want to do about this Demon King candidate? We can't let him take a whole kingdom for himself, the black-haired boy said. For now, they can't rush into action. They have to discuss with the Demon Kings first and try to get them to make him withdraw from their lands. If they move without the consent of the Demon Kings, it will be considered a declaration of war, and the Demon Hero War will officially start for this generation. But that is all beside the point, because we have our own task. According to what we've heard, the Demon King candidate might be keeping a hero candidate in his lands, and we are to try and retrieve her. If he refuses to let her go, it will be a declaration of war against us. So right now, we might be at the brink of a great war, Meg said. They want us to go? All of us? The monk asked. No, the three of us. We can't send all the hero candidates there, it would be stupid, Meg said. That makes sense. I want to see this new Demon King that is causing the issues, and if he is as strong as they say, the black-haired guy said. Well, we leave tomorrow, so get ready, Meg said and left the place. As soon as she left the room, a middle-aged man stood there. She stopped when she saw him, looking forward. You know the main part of the plan, right? Assassinate the Demon King candidate. If he dies, we can have an upper hand in the coming generation, the man said and slipped a small bottle of liquid to her. It took all the best poison practitioners and mages to craft a poison powerful enough to even knock out a hero. For this kid, it will be very lethal. You just have to find a way to make a little of it get into his body. He will slowly weaken and die soon after. There exists no cure to this poison, and by the time you return, the demon will be dead. They will want to start a war, but when they check him, the poison would have left his body using a mana vanishing method. So there's no proof that you killed him. You have to do this, and if you succeed, your chance of being the leader of the heroes will rise, the man said. She nodded her head and walked away, not looking aside or away at all. Her steps resounded at night as she walked away. Meg returned to her room. It was a simple-looking room, but with the snap of her finger, a formation activated, and the room changed into a very spacious, metal-walled room. There were weapons and armor lined all around, mostly staves and spears. The space in the room seemed to be where she practiced. She walked to one rack and took out a simple staff. She spun it around with ease and flexibility. When she was all warmed up, a door slid open, and 3 wooden dolls walked out with their own staves. They immediately charged at her at the same time, but with an unfazed look. She spun her staff and launched at the first doll. Every fucking day, she yelled and slammed the staff into the head of the first doll, completely removing the doll's head. Do this and do that, she yelled, driving the staff into the chest of the second doll. She leapt off it and spun around, hitting the third doll and sending it flying. Your father is the leader of the heroes, you should be too. You have to live up to his standard. Bullshit, she said in an angry voice. The door opened again, and 5 dolls ran out this time. She charged at them, using brute force to break through them. So what the fuck do I care if he is the leader? I, for one, never wanted to be a hero candidate. But curse my luck, I had to be chosen. And to fuck it all even more, my father just had to be the leader. Fuck all of this. Why would I give a fuck that some Demon King candidate took a kingdom? She destroyed another doll and immediately moved on to the next. Why should I care that he has a hero hostage or whatever? Those are all irrelevant to me. Yet every day I have to live this shit of a life, trying to match up to Daddy's standard. The same bastard that doesn't even give a shit if I live or die. All he cares about is that I am a hero candidate and I have to be the best. He doesn't remember the day I was born, or the things I like, or my hobbies. Ever since the day it was confirmed that I am one of those shitty heroes, he became a different monster. She finished destroying another set of dolls, and no more came out, so she started slamming her staff on the ground. Fuck it. Fuck it all. All I want is to find Mum and live happily with her, but he refuses to let me know where she is, covering and destroying every piece of information that seems to be about her. Here are my foot. I'm just a miserable human that never wanted this, dedicating my life to training and serving their will. She struggled to control her breath, as tears poured from her eyes. She stayed there for a while before finally getting up. She snapped her finger, and the room returned to normal. She lay on the bed and gazed at the ceiling in loss. In Dark Dragon, Silver was busy going around to see where and how they could begin to establish certain things. The first thing was the army. Now that all the humans were in the capital, they needed to start training some sort of army that would aid them. But most of them lacked any sort of training, and even the beasts that he called part of his army were not really trained enough to be a real army. All the humans that had stayed here had accepted the beasts and demi-beasts because, after staying some time with them, they had come to realize that they were similar. They weren't some sort of barbaric life forms as many stories portrayed. They could be civilized and also live normally and cleanly. Under the leadership of a dragon like Silver, no one wanted to cause any trouble. They all knew that Silver was very much a ruthless person who would eradicate them in a second. The recruitment method allowed for both males and females, and they were going to be trained in a method that was vastly different from what this world knew. Silver wanted to make soldiers and not just warriors. He wanted to make his force elite and well-trained because they were lacking in numbers, so he would make it up in quality. A month went by, and Silver had fulfilled his part of the deal to Ezra. He had provided the capital with expensive amenities like teleportation platforms that anyone could use at a very affordable price. The money collected was all to maintain the teleporters, and no one actually ate from the money. He also gave the capital of Aragon a new way for them to stay safe, recording crystals that were so small they could be placed on any part of the body. They could record sound and a 360-degree view around the person, even seeing through the user's clothes. This and more were the things Silver made possible and gave all credit to Ezra, and because of this, Ezra was returned to the capital as a hero. Silver had healed him up better than he was before and given him quite a few things that could help him out. But Ezra was far from being a free man because he signed his soul away before he left. Silver would never allow someone to simply walk away from him like that. So he used a new binding contract that was far more vile and evil than the ones he had used before. Ezra had no choice, so he signed and allowed Silver to be his master. Aside from the gifts he gave in Aragon, Silver had completely changed the capital in just 1 month. After dumping immense resources and labor into it, the new Great Wall for the capital was made. It stood grandly and domineering. The wall had 2 gates, but only one was open for use. After they concluded the wall, the next thing he began was the building of houses. Though they possessed many talented individuals and a lot of manpower, they still couldn't get it done by the current date. That being said, they had done about 80%, and the people who were stranded in tents soon started moving in, but only after signing the agreement that stated they would start working and slowly pay off. Silver used every bit of manpower he could find in the whole capital, from orcs to wyverns, fairies, and spirits. Everything that could lift a fork was put to work, and the pace was outstanding. But in all, today was very special. Not because of several inaugurations that would be taking place, not because of the development and happiness that a single month had brought, but because it was the birthday. The birthday of the king, the leader, the bored Silver Terron, the Dark Dragon. It was the day he finally stepped into adulthood. To many, they were happy because he was growing. To others, especially some ladies, he was now allowed to carry out adult things. It seemed like the ladies who had control over themselves all lost it on this day. Silver woke up after resting from the day before. He got up from the bed and immediately felt a faint presence. Normally, he would have sensed this presence in his sleep. But the presence was not hostile, and it was well hidden. so it didn't bother him while he slept. But now that he was awake, he could feel that the presence, though not hostile, was sending shivers down his spine. And then he remembered, it was his day, his birthday. He was now 14, he was an adult, and that meant a broken bar. When he came to that realization, he immediately understood what was about to happen. He leapt out of the bed and changed clothes from his ring. Immediately he came out, he saw Jade appear in the room. She was the one that had been hiding. She licked her lips, and she didn't even move towards him. Silver used flash step and dashed for the door. She reacted fast and used her tail to try and catch him. Silver leapt over her tail and left the room. Outside, Drake was headed towards Silver's room. He stopped when he saw Silver dash out of the room. Already active, I see, Master, Drake said. Not really, just recalled that today was my birthday, and I'm now an adult, Silver said as he walked to Drake. So one of the ladies tried to get with you first. Seems this will be an issue, Drake said. I don't think so. Not everyone will act like Jade, Silver said. Oh, they will, Master. They definitely will. Faye, Dawn, Leah, Amber, Roxy, even Lily. The list goes on. You better be wary, Drake said. Lily? Nah, Lily is the only one that I know for sure doesn't have that type of relationship with me, Silver said as he started walking with Drake. Naive, I see. Lily is the one you should be wary of more. Even the crazy Amber comes nowhere close to Lily. Do you know the fate of the people that tried to harm you and were left in Lily's hands? Their horror would make a devil shiver in fear. She gets enraged when it comes to you, and she would go the extra mile or two to ensure that all your enemies eat the dust of the earth, Drake said. Huh? Then why am I only hearing about this now? Silver asked. Because she never wanted it to distract your work, so she made sure I didn't talk. But I feel today is the best day for you to know. But you can't fall into thought now. There is a lot for you to do on your birthday. The first on your agenda is finally to rid the world of the prince and your brother. Ever since we took over the kingdom, we made everyone believe that they had already been killed. But they're there, and you asked me to wait till now. But now, we must remove them. There is the risk of Sage mistakenly finding out that they have been alive. To her, Oliver is dead, and it's good to stay that way, Drake said. All right then, take me to see my brother and the prince, Silver said, and Drake led the way. They arrived at the dungeon deep underneath the castle. It was a lot deeper than the normal dungeons, void of any light. Silver had to walk there with a torch, and so did Drake. They walked through the short, dark hallway until they made it to the door of the dungeon. Inside were two people chained to the walls, Oliver and the prince. They looked weak and malnourished, even though they had been eating. Silver knocked on the iron bars to draw their attention. They both tried to look up but were too weak to do so. Oliver, and what's his name? It's been a while since we have seen each other. I'm sure you must have been expecting me by now, Silver said. Cough, cough. Silver? Oliver managed to ask. He looked up and saw Silver's face under the illumination of the torch. There is no need for talks or for sentiments. Normally, I would have made you sign a contract in service to me. But sadly, I have no use for you. You both lack talent, and also, you have been nuisances to me. So today, your pain and torture end, but I'll not be as evil as to also destroy your soul. I'll let you have the chance of reincarnation. I do hope that in your next life, you'll make the best out of it, Silver said and turned away. Drake, deal with them, Silver said. Drake faced them and created two blood spears. He shot them into the dungeon and into the heads of Oliver and the what's-his-name prince, instantly taking their lives. The blood spears transformed into blood lotuses and covered both of them, degrading their bodies into nothing. Drake turned away and walked out of the dungeon. The last people that had been an issue to Silver in the last kingdom were finally dead. Now, it was time to look to the future. Drake caught up to Silver, and they both left the underground. Master, we have to head to the capital square. Today is the day we inaugurate the first army troops for the kingdom, Drake said. Yes, I forgot that was today as well, Silver said. In 1 month, they had managed to extensively train over 1,000 people and made them elites in their fields. Using resources like the labyrinths and other things, they were able to go through the best sort of training. Though in the future, Silver had plans to extend the training time to better inculcate what was needed into the soldiers. But for now, The new soldiers would have to make do with whatever they had learned and then learn more through the experiences they gathered. It was amazing that over 1,000 people joined the training, and only a few dropped out, while the rest battled it out till the end. Silver and Diane left the castle, with the new maids and butlers of different races bowing and paying their respect to Silver, even also wishing him a happy birthday. Silver was dressed casually, but it didn't really matter to him, and Drake also thought that it would connect to the people more, so he let Silver be. They got into a carriage that took them to the venue, where seats were already set up and people were already seated. The new soldiers were already sitting down as well, with their new uniforms so black with the crest of a dragon on it. This crest was the new crest of the kingdom, created by Elsa herself. When Silver arrived and came down, all the guests stood up and bowed their heads to him. He walked straight to the chair provided for him, sat down, and everyone else followed suit. Silver saw Dawn, Lily, Roxy, Leah, his brothers, and Aaron there as well, seated close to him. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable from the way Dawn and Roxy were looking at him, but he pushed the thought to the back of his head. The person anchoring the occasion immediately announced the presence of Silver and asked that he come to the stage. Silver got up from his chair and walked up to the raised platform. He looked at the crowd and cleared his throat. A special magical formation allowed his voice to reach everyone. A month. It has only been a month since the creation of this training program, and a few more than a month since Dark Dragon was created. At first, many of you were skeptical, not sure how your lives would be living close to other races. Would a goblin attack you? Would an ogre steal your child? All those thoughts crossed your minds. But when he came together, we came to see that things aren't as we were told. These beasts only fight us because they, too, want to survive, the same way that you want to survive. I'm grateful for everyone that has lived here and is now happy living here. It may not be perfect, but we have made a change that has been seen nowhere before. We have created a place where all creatures can live and be free. But for such a place to keep going, we need the best security that we can get. We need those who will stand and fight for the sake of keeping this new world we have created. And on that note, today, we are graduating the first set of soldiers, trained and prepared for battle. They have been through hell for the sake of giving you happiness and safety. They have been through fire and water, proving that they are real fighters. They didn't allow their race or gender to cause them issues. They carried themselves as brothers in arms. And now today, on this special day, which is my birthday, they will become the army that fights for us. So, in every year that comes, when it is my birthday, everyone will recall the day that the army that fights for Dark Dragon was created. You are all great soldiers, and as a king and demon king candidate, I am happy to see all of you come this far. Thank you.